Good morning, good morning. That's my coffee pot. tell you something interesting about mantras, stotras, hymns, old ancient accounts. From the first one I ever read, I read of qualities and aspects of life as things I could only dream of. You know, things you read about somebody of faith and things they did, and just like, damn, that's superhero, like King Arthur type shit. But in finding mantras and finding these old hymns, a lot of them speak of the qualities. And I found it interesting after reading it over and over and over and over and over and over, studying about these things in depth on various different subjects. I read them later in their English variations. I read it the first time, I read it in English. I knew what it said, but I allowed myself to forget it. I knew I agreed with it, and I simply read in another language, as one would do if they walked in anybody's house, sharing one of their praises or something, or coming with your own variation. Observe that which is happening before you, then perhaps offer your words at a later moment or after that one, perhaps. But I find it interesting how a lot of the qualities they can very upfront seem to contradict each other. But in one's journey, how much they wind up becoming these very things. Not not something that they're aware of and they can just wield with the tongue, but in their very nature of being. Something's accomplished, something's done in life, looking back. Very nature itself in its growth and course of time. Like one of the comments about the Divine Mother is she who is unfettered. And she who is secluded. Fettered is chains bound, and yet secluded, yet hidden. The bondage of life certainly ensnares all of us to some degree, but is it truly a bondage to life, serving somebody else, if we choose each day to help who we choose to help? And I just felt that I found a different way of life. And it wasn't anybody else's label, it wasn't anybody else's title, it wasn't any of that sort of stuff. Like one of the sayings of the Divine Mother goes, she who delights in her sport. What is her sport? I asked that for a while. How somebody's sport in life is their very enjoyment and the pursuit of learning something new, creating something new, becoming something new. The growth of life itself is a sport. We are not alone here, and we don't gotta go race into the far-flung stars in the distance to find some some friends either. Okay. I'm going to go over some readings today. These are some readings I've gone over before, but essentially we're going to be addressing the Divine Mother in great detail. We're going the Egyptian side of things, and I'm going to go ahead and keep things English so that you can understand them, so that we can all understand it together. As much as I want to read in other languages, seriously, I'm not going to. Um, I'm trying to figure out some sort of other schedule. Perhaps I can fit that in. Perhaps not from our 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. time period. Perhaps, anyways, I'm trying to work on that. Formulate when I'm going to fit that in. Anyways, and then we're gonna do that. Then we're gonna move to essentially connecting with the entire Egyptian family, um, father, mother, brother, sister, all of it. And then we're going to end with what I would really connect with Celtic, Druidic. Um, Modern people would say, it's kind of fairy lore, but the wording in it is genuine in its source and its context with its wording for me aligns with everything else I've found historically. And essentially, it's a bit of a 1, 2, 3 as far as Divine Mother, good clean heart, protection, all that good stuff, and then truly finding one's path. That would be the sequence of readings and what they're really amounting to. And if I say this often, if I use any words, whoosh, Oh man, the sound was probably way low. Oh, that's probably a lot better. Yeah, we got that. I got that fixed. I just noticed that on the audio. Thank you. I'll repeat what I had just mentioned. And so essentially, I'm going to go through three readings. It's all in English. It's all something you can understand. We can all understand. The first portion is an introduction, a connection with Divine Mother. I'm going Egyptian here. Everything's on the Egyptian, on the Kemetic side of things. And then we're going to move to the family, or essentially all of them. And in this process, we're going to be essentially ensuring that our heart is pure and receiving protection upon our journey of life. And then the last portion actually goes more to Celtic Druidic. Some would classify it into fairy lore, in which it is historically solid in what I found in its source. Let's make sure we got plenty of coffee for the journey. Nebuchadnezzar, sister of the gods, lady of Set-Met, venerable and perfect at the head of Philae, excellent sovereign, regent of the goddesses, one who makes the anger of the gods disappear for her brother as long as Corsegat is appeased in the Abartan, to ensure the protection of her brother, to grow her prestige in the face of his enemies, to inspire fear in his adversaries. She is the Korhet, the most noble goddess, who stands on her tail to send the burning breath against the enemies of Wasir Nebenhet, sister of the god, mistress of Pallas, one who sends the flame against the enemies of her brother Nebenhet, the great sister of God, who resides in the Abatin flame, who burns the enemies, perfect sovereign, whose likeness does not exist, one who protects her brother in the cities and gnomes, as long as the august and powerful one is the one who appears in Philae, excellent goddess without equal, to receive the two jugs of the two ladies, to drink the beer. Joyful is her heart with her words. She is the great sovereign, she who watches over her brother Wasir and protects his body in the Bartan. Nebuchadnezzar, sister of the god in the midst of Philae, excellent goddesses of her sister Aset. Nebuchadnezzar says, the powerful one who gives to this one, to the king who protects the son of all Ser and keeps his body safe. Nebuchadnezzar, the excellent one, Nebuchadnezzar, excellent of the gods, sister of the god, lady of sentiment, Nebuchadnezzar, in the midst of Philae, sister of her brother, Alcer, Nebuchadnezzar, sister of the god, and Edfu, effective one, young one, who is great in Edfu, one with a beautiful face, with bright eyes, kind and full of love, accountant of the time of life, mistress of the years, mistress of Shai and Raret, sun goddess who decides existence and makes the perfect condition of Wenethar, true of the voice, Nebuchadnezzar, the excellent who resides in Iarti, the protector of her brother who protects his majesty in the necropolis, of the country to make adoration to his mother, the very great, who loves her brother Alseare, mother of the son whom she loves, adoration to your beautiful face, Nebuchadnezzar the great, mistress of the district of the Gazelle, purifier, radiant one, who presides in Pi Kornum, the great excellent one residing in the beautiful west, the dwelling of her brother Alcir, who comes to life again in her, she who renews for him the body of the one in her name of renewal of life, of youth, guardian of the well-being of the God of the Ka, of this one, adoration to you, Karseket, the great daughter of Ra, who has united with Mahat, the great, beloved of Khnum, female Ra, mistress of the two lands, venerable mistress of the two lands, great lady of the house of Amun, beautiful face, whose two eyes are painted for the festival, exactly to you, Meskernet, the excellent, who gives life to the two lands and gives the breath of air to all nostrils. Praise to you, the beautiful one on all the submerged lands, who floods the two lands with barley and wheat for his ka. To you, the mistress of drunkenness, to the numerous festivals, mistress of joy, lady of dance. To you, mistress of beer, who loves the day of the festival, for whom the men and women play the tambourine. To you, Tefnut, when she has become angry, who can support his need? To you, mother of Heru, divine wife of Winifred, the justified, the most excellent, beautiful one, who preserves Heru and Alser. To you, Shashart, the great, mistress of men, mistress of writing, lady of the entire library. To you, whose commands the divine degrees great of magic, who resides in the house of the archivists, to you, mistress of renewal, who began to mark the enemies of the divine slaughter, to you, great of magic, excellent of kindness, who created the Anad according to what she ordered, to you, Morgades, the dreaded Nebuchadnezzar, the divine sister, who protects her brother in the flood, to you, O pet, on the head of her father, great venerable one in the arms of the Hes spirits. To you, Maret of the north, who guards the members of the god in the palace of gold in his time. To you, Canapti, the powerful one who presides over the souls of Heliopolis, Hecate in the island of fire. To you, Merniet Sekemerta Vesna, Nebertu Tefnut in the countryside of Khnum. To you, great mother of Amun, daughter of Ra, who loves his Ka, of the place of her power in the two lands, to you, Nehermet the way, Wehernut of the south, Hekat who announces events, to you, Moret of the south, Wernut of the north, Eye of Ra, mistress of beauty who shines before Ra, to you, sovereign of all men who vivifies human beings, mistress of the fresh skin, the python skin, to you, Kermsurt on the head of Sorbet, kind one, excellent advisor of the soul of the East, to you, Mut, mistress of humans who protects the gods, Mafdet, go forth divine, to Hethor, the cat cow in any district, mistress of drunkenness, who created the beer, Wernu, come in peace, attentive one, honorable of face, I make for you the gifts which are appropriate, in kindness I exalt your power, as the desire of the ones whose two feminine attributes are beautiful. I am your son, whom you love and who is on the throne of eternity, whose names are numerous in all the cities. Men and women halt before your residence to make adoration to your Ka, Nebuchadnezzar the Great. I have come to you, Nebuchadnezzar, I have come to you, night boat, I have come to you, true before dawn. I have come to you, birth brick of souls. Remember me. It is well with me and with you. It is peaceful for me and for you. Within the arms of our Father, within the arms of Atum, Nebuchadnezzar collects all your members for you in her name of Shashart, Lady of Builders. Oh, the deceased hero protects you. He causes Nebuchadnezzar to hold you together to create you in her name of Shashar, mistress of potters. She is a great lady, great of life in the night boat, who raises Hiru up. Nebuchadnezzar, the great mistress of women, Sabdep, lady of life of the two lands, mistress of the eye of light, luminous pupils of the two sacred eyes of Nebuchadnezzar, the sister of God, Nebuchadnezzar, who records the decrees of the gods, Nebuchadnezzar, the most powerful of the two goddesses, Nebuchadnezzar, the boat of the day, Nebuchadnezzar, the great mistress of women, Saptet, lady of Artoi, lady of the two eyes, shining of eyes, sharp of knife, enduring of body, lady of red linen, mistress of green linen, beautiful one of the divine bark, lady of grace, enduring of love, who encircles every heart in perfection, braided one in the midst of the great temple, sailor in the great sacred bark, beautiful youth, come to your house now. We cannot see you. Hail, beautiful boy, come to your house, draw near after separation. Hail, beautiful youth, navigator of time, who grows except now. Holy image of his father Taten, and secret essence of Atum, Nebuchadnezzar, Neb, Lord, Lord, much more wonderful than his father, firstborn of his mother. Come to us bodily, we will embrace you. Do not take your beautiful face from us, clearly beloved, image of Taten and master of love's joys. Come in peace. Lord, we want to see you. All set, your two sisters, reattach your limbs. No pain shall touch you. We will make your injuries as if they never happened. Mighty one of the gods, the road you travel cannot be described. Little one, child at morning and evening, except when you circle Nut and Geb as the bull of the two sisters. Nebuchadnezzar, come, little one, growing young as you set. Neb, Lord, we want to see you. Come in peace, great child of his father. You are established in your house. Do not fear, your son Hiru avenges you. Natika is carried off and thrust into his cave of fire every day, his name hacked to pieces among all gods. Tadabha has become a stinking corpse. You're in your house. Do not fear. Apep suffers all the evil he committed. What Newt sent him speared him. All set, come, youth of saffron face, growing young, whose two beautiful eyes. I am your sister, all set, dear one of your heart, because I love you, and yet you are gone. I water the earth with my tears. While you travel, we sing, and life springs up from your absence. Neberthet, old Neb, O Lord, come in peace. Let us see you. Hail, Prince, come in peace. Drive away the fire in our houses. Hail, Bull of the Westerners, immovable. How much more marvelous than the gods is the little one, the male, the mighty heir of Geb, God among gods. All set, come to your two widows. The whole company of gods encircles you, that they may repel a pep. Cursed be his name when he comes to the shrine before your father, Ra, who shoots out fire and repels his devils. Come, your family waits. Drive sorrow from our houses. Come, your family waits. There is no one more stable than you, who dwell alone. Nebuchadnezzar, our Lord's throne is in peace. Victor, greater than his suffering. When the fiend lands on his enemies, O born again soul, the two sisters attach your limbs. All set, I hid myself in the bushes to hide your son, that he might answer for you, for your death was a time of distress. Didn't I collect your limbs? I went alone, I crept through the fields. A large crocodile came after your son, a female crocodile with a male's face, but I knew, and Yin Pu and I went around and retraced our steps for my brother, keeping clear of evil. But Het, hail, beautiful boy, come to your exalted house, put your back to it. The gods are on their thrones. Hail, come in peace, O king. All set, come in peace, your son Heru avenges you. You have caused grief to your two queens, and we weep at your shrines. Little one, how lovely it is to see you. come to us. Great one, glorify our love. Come to your house. Do not be afraid. O you gods in heaven, O you gods on earth, O you gods in the duat, O you gods in the abyss, O you gods in the service of noon, we follow the Lord of love. I walk the roads so that your love may find me. I fly over Geb, over the earth. I do not rest seeking you. Your love is a flame. Your body scent like the perfume of Punt. The cow cries for you with her voice. She avenges you, sets your nose on your face, collects your bones. Your mother Nut comes to you with offerings. She builds you up with life of her body. You are granted a ba and a ka, a soul and flesh. You are established. All set. You are established. Your hair is turquoise. Your body. Your hair is lapis. Your hair and your limbs are southern alabaster. Your bones are silver. Your teeth are turquoise. The ointment of your hair is liquid myrrh. Your skull is lapis. O you gods in heaven, O you gods on earth, O you gods in the duat, O you gods in the abyss, O you gods in the service of noon, we follow the Lord of love. She whose father sees a healthy daughter, a stable of face. I am the divine power in the womb of her mother, Nut. Daughter of Nut, save me from any bad thing of this year, from any slaughter of this year, just as you have made my protection. Protect me again in the name of this day, child who is in his nest. Adore Nath, saying, you are the mistress of Sais, that is the primordial mound Tadanin, whose 2/3 are made of 1/3 female, primordial goddess, mysterious and great, who began to be at the beginning and initiated everything. You are the celestial vault in which she who gave birth to all the stars as they are, and raised them on their chapels, whose breath burns the earth from the flame of her eyes, from the heart of her mouth, divine mother of Ra, who shines on the horizon, mysterious one, who shines with her own light. You are the serpent goddess who came before them all, protector of the whole country, who began to be before those who were to be, one under her authority, who are the one who made the underworld in her form of the goddess, who touches to the limits of the universe in her material form of the watery surface. In her name, limitless duration, mistress of the anointing oil, as well as pieces of clothing, goddess who divided the comb of her trade among the five, inhabiting heaven and earth. You are the expansive water who created Tartan and the god of the primordial mound, and who created noon of childbirth, from whom everything emerged, who makes the flood come out in its time, and who gives new youthfulness to the water of renewal in its season, who grows vegetation, who creates the tree of life for the living, who raises noon, Meheduaret, one who rebels. You are the mistress of Esna in the mysterious countryside north of the mound of the two birds, one who suckles the two crocodiles in their names of Shu and Tefnut, guardian of her palaces, who embraces the neck of the two crocodiles in her arms, that is Ra and Alsar, and the two birds, children of her son Ra and Peace Ahwari, and who provides the divine offerings of the gods and the goddesses. You are the cow, lady of Kint too, on her back, Nath the Great, who gave birth to the beings, who created the grains, who nourished her son Shu with her milk. She nourishes the great words of the Creator inside Abba, she who rejuvenates all Sar, Neb, Lord of life. You are the mistress of valor in the day of battle, who seizes the bow and shoots her arrows, repelling the bands of rebels. Great is her power over the nine bows, and the barbarians fall under her slaughter, but she takes whom she loves to be king. Eternally like Hiru on the Sarek, you are the mistress of heaven, the earth, the underworld, the waters, and the mountains, whose prestige is great everywhere. You are the mistress of the palace, who protects the sovereign, safeguarding his soldiers, guardian of the flat countries and mountain countries in their totality. Great Yoreus, in front of the gods and goddesses, serpent of life, who protects the country by the sovereign with joy is the work of her person, one whom Tarnan distinguishes to be the lord of the myriads, as well as the golden hawk who is with her. You are the one who depends on the enthronement of the king, because all order comes from her. One does not enter into the palace without her knowledge. You are the mistress of the carriers of the desert, lady of the bracelets, mistress of the eastern market, lady of Punt, for whom the palace of the bee is flooded with perfume, whose smell is that of fresh frankincense, distills drop on the curls of her hair, whose body is distinguished thanks to the white crown, mistress of He, cat lady, to whom listen makes the offering. Mistress Rochette Tefrar, she created all kinds of real precious stones. She, the gentle patroness of the stone Ankh, lady of lapis lazuli, turquoise, and jasper. Adore this goddess in great glory. Gods and humans run, bow to the earth before the Mother of God, for it is Nath that is the surface of the water, and it is her child that is the known, that is the noon. All that is born from her birth, and there is nothing that exists apart from what she had made. She is the great ancestor, she who was at the beginning, creator goddess, born into the world on her own, first mother, Yoreus, front of the god, with the hidden name to be divine at the same time, God and goddess, goddess who is in God, imminent guide to the highest point, greater than the goddesses, because she was the first, born before them all, one who began to be before the beings found existence, because all creatures emerged after her birth. She finally touches the limits of the total universe under her corporeal aspect as the watery surface, and under her true nature of unlimited time, because she is great, very great of pace, until the two limits of time, the red crown and the white crown, are hers, and the Yoreus is marked by her hieroglyph. She is the one who pronounced the sun, and the light shines in her every day, in her form of celestial newt, who produced everything in the heart of her heart. And having created the earth, she made the two countries that are organized under her direction. How great is her power over the nine bows! All foreign countries bow before her power, for it is she who confers victory and triumph. Guardian gods take care of her, human beings beware of her power, men and women send hymns to her majesty, follow her even more than the gods of the Anad, fear her, tremble before her prestige, for she is an all powerful deity, mistress of fury. She can manifest against anyone of hostility, but also knows how to return to calm. She is the mistress of the bow, lady of arrows with destructive power, who massacres among the rebels, great gold, powerful of flame, who launches her fire against any enemy she may have, and consumes the adversary with the flame. How good it is to follow her, how sweet it is to pray to her day and night, and bow before her name, because she is the Lady of Health, and life is from her orders. She is the great and powerful regent of food. In other words, Tatenin, the master of food, the great Renanutat Wajet goddess, mistress of food, mistress of the anointing oil, as well as all the fabrics, who returned to her profession to weave between the five, who inhabits the sky and the earth. Keep in memory her power. Do not get tired of following her prey. Exalt her forever. Adoration to you as high as the sky. Veneration as wide as the earth. Acclaim at all times. The veneration of yourself extends until the limits of the great green sea. The queen at the beginning of the year, princess of the stars, who creates a tomb in Memphis, mistress of the knife making gods, to whom belong the wandering spirits, and on the order of whom strike the emissary spirits, because life and death depend on a single word from her. Queen of the gods of heaven, sovereign of the gods of the earth, and also the universal mistress of the gods of the underworld, the first time of the deities originally emerged and began to be before there were those who were to be. For those who were after, she was first, one who made the previous gods, who created the high ground and gave birth to the sun itself, who received the name of Ra because his rays reached the earth, and who made the gods from his smile. When he saw her, he began to cry. When she, Nath, went away from him, and the humans were born with the tears from his eye, place it on her head in her aspect of the Aket crow, and she swam while wearing it as Mehet. She slaughtered the one who rebelled against her on the water. She destroyed a Pep when her time came, and the god remained sitting between her horns while she was in the middle of the water. Until she reached Sais on the night of the 13th of Epiphi, divine mother of Ra, who creates Atu Mehedwaret, who gave birth to the words of creation, Aket Kau, who created the eight gods. When she reached Esna and comes to this place, and her heart cherishes it in southern Egypt, the eight gods are in prayer before her face, and the great Creator's words are the safeguard of her limbs. Menhoi praises her, and Teortos, the great knife maker, follows her. Hiru of Shendernu is at her right side. The gods are in joy, the goddesses are in joy, all classes of humans have their heads bowed. The sky is celebrating, the earth is in joy. Esna is full of her blessings because it is her city in Sais and her country of the south. She repelled the evil that had sprung up there, and she shot down the rebels by the virtue of her word. Safdet, queen of the stars, has shot the great mistress of writing under her fear. The earth is under her prestige. Flat countries and mountains tremble for fear of her. She who resides on the throne in the width of the sky, holy and secret in the mysterious portico, eternal, whose image resides on the side of her son, Osor, eternal, eternal, living, living, and yet when she flows with the inundation, Nebertu, also, who gives birth to everything, creates plants, brings cereals in order to give birth to any seed for her creatures because she ensures the food of gods and humans. She opens her granary at the feast of the great flame, at the 8th of the month, Mershir Rekwar, to give the food offerings to the gods. However, all humans live in the supplement of her loaves. She opens her palace at the feast of the Koik, at the 27th of the month of Koik, for the offering of incense and all fragrant products in order to anoint the god. Ibor, Ekednu Tesharpes, Merj Tep, and all the sweet and fragrant products. She opens her palace at the festival of the valley at the 26th of the month of Parni in order to dress the gods, to put on the godfather of such fabric and any fabric related to the engagement of divine worship. Her heart is happy in the palace of the father, and the palace of the mother is flooded with her blessings. Pernetor is sanctified to possess her chapel, mistress of the land God. sovereign of Punt, lady of any country, Mut in Isheru Negerbet in El Kab, beloved of Ptah and Anktoi, Nurbet in Wartu, Oret in Sais, Hethert in every no, mistress of fury who conquers as Sekhmet, whose majesty is inducted like Bast, who put Hero in the world as the king of the gods and conquers for him the two halves of Egypt, triumphantly great name at the head of the gods, even more glorious than the Anad, effective goddess from whom everything depends. The goddess has an effective mouth to the crowns of success. To her only, the sovereign is crowned at her wish. Life and death are in her fist. Destiny and fortune are at the orders of herself, because no act is accomplished without her. Great of the greats, as no one is greater than as she has no likeness in Upper and Lower Egypt. There is no creature in heaven or on earth who did not come after her. She did the moment she created the hours, she created the years, she created the months, she gave birth to the season of flood, to the winter, to the summer, she created the sand, she created the earth, and Sais was born. Sais, it is the distinct that occurred at the beginning, as well as Esna in Upper Egypt. It's called Kent too, the tip of the country. She turned her face toward Kinetar, north of Esna. It is a holy place without its equal, to ensure the funeral provisions of Alsar, lord of Erba, and the dead who are in his wake. People stand and lie down in his honor, and vice versa. Anguish is addressed to him in the morning prayers. The sacred Balarnit blossoms with life without ceasing. Atum and his children are in joy. The guard of the fourth day is in gladness for you. The guard of the sixth day is in jubilation for the majesty. Zuhuti rejoices and likes to contemplate you, the inhabitants of the great place, Alsar, the protector, Yinpu, the Imi Pe, Haret, daughter of Ra, and Nebetu. Play the tambourine in your name. Peak loom of the country is in awe and cries of joy, for the opponent is far away from the palace of the Ba, and the rebel is condemned to the pyre. Apep is fallen, shredded. The crew of Ra is in joy. The inhabitants of Esna are jubilant. The palace of the two birds is in joy. May your heart be happy. Birth Mother, creator of eternity, behind whom passes eternity and durability, and who sees before her millions of years until the limits of time. The sky is in festival, the earth is in joy, the temples are moved with delight, the gods cheer, the goddesses show with their joy, the people venerate her face. Nath, the great, the powerful one who made the beings, who spread joy in her city, who make her morning appearance in her palace, accompanied by all life, all dominion, all power. Nut, the great, repels the storm clouds, hunting the rain in front of her so that the sky shines and the earth is bright for Nut. The great stands to form the vault. We order the festival a second time, the day of the festival, to lift up the sky, because Tatanen appears a second time. Eternity is in the name given to her majesty. She is actually Tatanen. Two-thirds of her are male, one-third is female. She created the rays of light, chasing the darkness, revealing the solar disk with her luminous brilliance and concealing it in her pupil. When she rises at sunrise, she gives birth to her light so that everyone can distinguish oneself from their companion. Appearing in the form of the moon, she is still chasing darkness, for it is Nut in which the god of the horizon rises and sets, the goddess who has no physical limits and of which we cannot know the temporal limits, bright as the sun, rising as the moon, she illuminates the shores with her splendor. She made what is, she created the beings, generating all things endowed with life. Heaven is the name given to her majesty. She gave the beginning to the earth according to her plans, and she made everything as the creation of her heart. When she crosses the sky following her heart, her son Ra is joyous before her. The two arms are raised in adoration before her mistress of the gods, forming hymns of gratitude to her powerful mother. At the moment when she is giving birth to one child in the morning, Ra himself addresses the morning song to himself. Young man having passed a certain age, it is now Ra, Heruakarti, whom acclaims his splendor. Mankind, having attained the strength of age, finally attuned, kissed the ground before her face. Gods and goddesses are in adoration, and the first primordial ones bow before her power. The entire great Anod and the small Anod bow their heads. The great horizon, there is no more darkness in the clouds, for the mistress of fear has illuminated the earth. The gods of the south bow, the gods of the north bow their heads. Those of the west welcome her, and the east is in adoration. The inhabitants in the horizon adore her splendor. The souls of the east cheer and shout. Bow down, and the great gods united in a single group behold their mother. At the same time, the god and the goddesses and each god said to their companion, let us address praises to the queen of the gods, exalt the great one of prestige, let us show our joy to the lady of love, let us reconcile the favor of all powerful one in her cabin, let us shout in honor of the cow of heaven. Satisfied by our praise, the heart of the Lady of Heaven and Earth, let us fulfill the desires of the divine Mother of Ra. Let us prostrate in honor, in honor of the Lady of the South and the North. Sanctify the ground to worthy and powerful goddess. When she comes to the horizon of the sky, one whose perfume wafts from Punt, whose smell is that of dried frankincense, solar goddess who is bright in her appearance, whose adornment is greater than the adornment of the south and north, like the sky when cleansed by a heavy rain, one who has no equal. There is no one like her who illuminates the sky with the light of her eyes, who illuminates the desert with her eyes. Her boat is beautiful gold, sparkling with decoration, and of all kinds of precious gemstones. Each god stands at their office. The crew of her boat is in joy, her holy cabin is in joy, while we hail her owner. The gods that are there are in joy. The musician goddesses of the south and north raise their arms in adoration. The souls of Pe and Anek in gesture with their arms before her power, and her boat progresses without her navigation being interrupted by anything in the palace of Nath. And all of Egypt is in festival for the divine being. At the same time, God and Goddess shines above their heads, and every eye gives thanks for her rays. Every country is illuminated by her bright radiance. Her cabin also spreads the light. For those who are in the underworld and the inhabitants of the land of the dead rejoice at her sight. The whole country is illuminated with your blessings, as your face is beautiful when you draw the flood from its cave. The country is flooded with your kindness, and Egypt shines with your blessings, as your face is beautiful when you are the mistress of the countryside, blowing through the wind to grow plants and create food for everyone, as your face is beautiful in the season of the flood, when you grow the plants, fatten the seeds, and give birth to the tree of life for the living. How beautiful is your face in the winter season, When the countryside blossoms from vegetation, you speak about everything that comes out of it. As your face is beautiful in the summer season, when you fill the palace roof and granary and assure the divine offering of the gods and goddesses, Father of fathers, Mother of mothers, the divine being who began to be in the beginning, was in the primordial waters, who appeared by herself when the earth was still in darkness, when no earth had yet appeared, when no plant grew. She gave herself the appearance of the cow that no divine being or the fallen could yet know. Then she turned into a lotus fish and made her way. She says, then the place where I am becoming, for me, this platform of land was placed on the waters of the primordial waters so that I can build upon it. This place where Nath was become a platform within the primordial waters, as she said, and it was the land of water, Esna, where Nath was becoming. She took flight over the emergence, which was Pinetar, which was also Buto. She says, I feel good about this emergence. This is how Dep came to be. This is how the land of goodness came to be, which became the name of Sais. However, all that her heart conceived was realized at once, so she conceived the well being of this emergence, and Egypt was in joy. She created the 30 gods by pronouncing their names one by one, and when joy seized her after she had seen them, hail to you, mistress of the divine entrances, our mother, who gave us existence. You made our names while we were yet not aware. You have separated for us the white dawn from not the night. You have made for us a ground on which we can stand. You have separated for us the night from the day. What effectiveness in everything that comes out of your heart. You, the only one coming into existence at the beginning, the eternal duration of time passes before your face. This god was born of the execrations of the body of Nath. She had placed the body in this egg when it burst in the primordial waters. It was the first of the water rising at a single point. The seed fell on the egg. When it broke the shell that was around the holy god, it was Ra who was hidden in the primordial waters. In his name of Amun, the ancient one who formed the gods and goddesses with his rays, in his name of Gnum, his mother, the cow goddess, called out in a loud voice, come, come, you whom I have created. Come, come, you whom I gave birth to. Come, come, you whom I have brought to life. I am your mother, the Aket cow. This god came, smiling with open arms towards this goddess. He embraced her, for that is what a son does when he sees his mother. And this day became the beautiful day of the beginning of the year, when he wept in the primordial waters, when he no longer saw his mother. The cat cow and the humans were born from the tears from his eye, and he salivated when he saw her again, and the gods were born with the saliva from his lips. The primordial gods rest in their chaos. They had been expressed as this goddess had conceived them in her mind. They protect Ra inside the cabin, and they hail this god, saying, welcome, welcome to you, offspring of Nath. Welcome, work of her hands, creation of her heart. You are the king of this land forever, as your mother had foretold. However, the primordial gods were repulsed by a spitting from Nath's mouth, which she had produced in the primordial waters. It turned into a snake of elbows. It was named Apep. His heart conceived the revolt against Ra, with his associates coming from his eye. Now 7 words were spoken successively from her mouth. They became the 7 divine beings. For what she had proclaimed, she gave the name to the words. She gave the name to the word of God. She also gave the name to Sais. Thus were born the 7 words which became the gods of Mehet Waret, whom ensured the protection of Mehet Waret wherever she went. Then she changed into the Aket cow. She placed Ra between her horns, and she swam while carrying him. And the god said, here is the great swimmer with her son. This was the origin of the name Meherwaret. When she reached Sais on the evening of the 13th of Epiphany, it was a beautiful and great festival in heaven, on earth, and in every country. She then took the form of the goddess Oret. She seized her bow in her hand, her arrow in her fist, and she settled at the palace of Nath with her son Ra. Ra then said to the gods with him, "Welcome Nath on this day. Come and enjoy yourself on this beautiful day, for she has brought me night torches before her, celebrated her presence until dawn, given the third of the summer to enter into the palace of Nath, to make a solemn oblation, consisting of all good things, to proclaim the processional ritual of the goddess, that the lector priest announces her coming until the third hour of the day. She who appears in procession, the mother of mothers, Nath, the great mother of God, mistress of Esna, as well as her divine college, to carry a bow in front of her by the very great prince, as well as the signs to unite with the disk to halt upon the return of the great hall, while her divine college halts also. To her right and to her left perform all the rites of her epiphany. An offering is made, solemn and divine, consisting of bread, white bread, cakes, beer, wine, all good things, chera, honey, milk, fruits, vegetables, flowers, incenses on the flame, oxen, poultry, silver, gold, perfume, frankincense in the whole temple, both inside and out. Perform the food service as to make the divine offering every day by the great purifier who is in the service of this day, to reveal the face of the God of this city, to reveal the face of the goddess Nath. Read the book of hymns relating to this day, adore both crowns, purify the divine college with water, sanctify this temple in its entirety. However, the head lector priest, the golden manat and faiences around their neck, decorated with the face of a ram, shoulders covered with hackles, an ostrich feather on her head, stands before the goddess, face turned to the north, performs the ritual appropriate to this day before this goddess, returned to her temple in peace to be said, Oe, 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 oe. Here she is, come enjoy, Nate the great cow, come in peace, oe, 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 oe. For her arrival, Nate, the great mother of the Nethernim of Shen, mistress of Esna Merniet Nebertu, mistress of Kentu, mother of the gods, the appearance of this goddess and her divine college. At her headquarters, light many torches inside the temple, that men and women are celebrating, that this whole city shouts in joy, and that no one until dawn will sleep, that it will be a feast. Hail to you, Nate, the great mother of God, hidden of form within Sais, the braided one, enduring of love, beloved of her heir, the good nurse of the noble child who nurses him every day, who conducts the clothing of the mummy as she protects the body of the god, she who makes his protection daily, who causes that she rests in the sarcophagus, who binds his name as the strong bull. Kebra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, 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 arsemitoki shabu banani shamtruinai, arsemitoki shabu banani shamtruinai, arsemitoki shabu banani shamtruinai, abradabra, abradabra, abradabra. So that's some Egyptian reality. Some old stuff I found. I was able to find it translated. A lot of times in the older books, what they wind up doing is they'll find source material. They'll translate this text, and then throughout the entire book, they literally put a portion of it here, and then they spend a chapter explaining this little portion. And then they'll put another little portion here, and they'll explain that. And that's how the whole book is set up. So what I personally do, when I find the ancient material that's been properly translated and it's been supported in its translation, is I'm gonna go grab that and I'm gonna go put it all in order. You know what? All those explanatory, all those extra freaking words, that's nice and great, but that's somebody else's viewpoint. I've been developing what I've been developing. I needed the meat. I didn't want the bread. I had plenty of bread. I had plenty of lettuce. I had plenty of everything on that. And I needed the meat material that has not been doctored. I need to get back to source material that has not been changed by some society standards. And in this reality and awakening, this is when I really, I mean, it wasn't when, but I had already been on the path of the Divine Mother beyond the Divine Father. I mean, I had the construct of God, but I found out about the Divine Mother, and then I found out material like this, and how much further back, how much the original creation, how much the original consciousness actually gave birth to what is. And this makes so much sense, okay? It's not that there's a single God, okay? Like, very much what I just read is some very old, real Egyptian Kemetic truth. I'm a little chilly, so I'm gonna go grab my sweater. Yes, you better go run and get your spoon, because there's chili out there. I'm just kidding. It's a poor joke of my own. Though, what I come to find is that really the Divine Mother said that, like, she essentially marries anybody she finds worthy, she finds, like, that she connects with, she bonds, teaches, helps, all of that stuff. It doesn't matter who they were, it doesn't matter what their allegiance was. You know, specifically mentioning it, like, after she took out some enemies or something like that, some bad ones. And so, to me, an individual who has claimed a type of power, type of titling of oneself, they learned how to be a child of the Divine Mother. They learned how to be a husband, a child. They learned how to work with nature, with the waters, with the elements. But then they hid the source that they actually drank from. They hid it and they disguised it and they changed it. And so for me, in my own working and being able to embody the Divine Mother as much as possible, is that being my primary focus in life is truly to embody her, because, well, my mother was mother and I was close with my mother. I was not close with my father, past tense, you know, like, I'm close with my heavenly father these days, but I was close with my mother out of my two parents, and So when I found out about the Divine Mother and all these qualities of being able to shift and change and conquer and be loving yet fearsome and protective, like all of this stuff made me think of my mother. And I'm like, yeah, I watched my mom gain the victory over practically everything. And I've been trying to understand my mom more all the time. Obviously, that's just she passed on, and that's part of my life now, and on a regular. Regardless whether I think I found everything or not, who knows what she might have left out there for me to pick up on. So I always keep the eye open to pick up new knowledge, new wisdom, all that good stuff. But as in these sources, somebody was close to the Divine Mother, and it's practically as if they killed their seven brothers and they were the last ones standing and said, "Ha ha, now everybody will only do what I said because I killed the rest of them." Doesn't that sound like some old mythos stories, don't it? Sounds like that to me. I was one of three, but I'm gonna take my time jumping back to the next one. We're gonna spread these three readings out. That was one, and we're gonna spread these out throughout the day. What was the material? Um, John Jones. I don't know if you're still here, but the that was so. I'll put it in the chat log if you want to look up the best way. If you want material on it, the best way to do it seriously. Um, Shoot me an email, and I can send you links to books. That's option one. Otherwise, what you're looking up is I'm putting these names in now, and you can look up these names, um, which will bring back um, proper results. Um, yes, I want that in there. Um, Up top, and now those names I typed in the chat log. You can look up those names. Those are going to pull up aspects of the Divine Mother. But what you're looking for is you're looking for old material, old books that have been scanned in, things that are like not very recent. And if you see them, I've been able to pay attention to particular books and I can see their format, I can see their layout, whether they're referencing material or whether they're like really adhering to like a modern tonnage of language, okay? Like, pay attention. When I read a book, I pay attention to how much somebody's conforming, okay? The writer, they're conforming to society in order to get their book to be published and out there. I don't give a fuck about conformity. I want the meat of the material. I don't care how fucking confrontational or whatever. I want the meat of the material, and to get that meat, that means you can't find somebody who's a famous author, generally speaking, because, well, they're just fucking making money off of shit. So now they curtailed to making money rather than actually giving truth, which is the meat source material. Anyways, delve in, search Divine Mother is very powerful there. And the Divine Mother, there's the Hindu side of it as well. There's the Lalita Sahasranama, which gives many of her qualities, and I have that in English here. I mean, you can go Egyptian, you can go Hindu, you can go Norse or Scandinavian, but generally speaking, Egyptian Kemetic, a lot of that material has been saved and survived over the years. On the Hindu side, on the Indian side, even much more has been saved. Different language, different culture, they're going to pay attention to different details. Some things line up, some things are left out, and that's why I like to look across board whenever I'm searching up something of this sort. Um, like, I'm just gonna read this one. So, like, she who is worshipped in secret through sacrificial rites, she who is to be gratified by the secret rites of worship, she who bestows her grace immediately, she who is witness to the whole universe. And it makes mention she is witness to the whole universe. On the Kemetic side, we just read how, like, the heavens express her majesty. That's like the limits of her, of what she can physically reach. That's like boom boom there. So, like, yeah, of course she's going to be able to see those aspects, like, and have view of that. She who has no other witness. If she's the original mother and everything came after her, she is the original witness. She's going to see everything unfold before her. She's the first viewer of creation, essentially. Just, and so I and that one, I'll type that in here. I might get the spelling a little off, but type it in a log in search, and it'll pop it up correctly. I think that's correct. I might have got the spelling off, but that's on that side of things. And you can find online the its original language in Sanskrit. Usually, like if they're going over that, generally speaking, like in a temple, they're going over it in Sanskrit. But there are many different languages, so you can find it online in various languages, and you can find out the English translation. So again, I like to put it all together, see the greater picture. Thank you very much, little Miss Liss. Um, Paganism, absolutely. Like, whatever your mythos, whatever your connection, it's totally welcome here. The only thing that I just, like, the moderators and myself don't get down with is if you're like, Jesus, this, you gotta be saved, you gotta turn to my God, do what I say. And that's like, shut up. Silence, click, click. But no, share whatever your belief is, share whatever you're connected with. All that's accepted, all that's definitely appreciated. Complete open view. Um, when personally, me, like, people might be, dude doesn't know what he's talking about, or get offended. Well, whatever. Go ahead, be offended. I don't care. I really don't. But when I personally see or hear paganism, I just hear family. You're just categorizing a way of connecting with nature, and they got theirs, and they got theirs, and they got theirs, and kind of paganism is, to me, a kind of catch-all term to be like, yeah, we kind of all kind of fit in that bucket together. I definitely fit in that bucket. I mean, look at me here. I got a star, a pentagram, whatever, hanging over here. I got a Celtic knot hanging on over somewhere over here, and like it's all on me. That's just family to me. Yeah, thank you for saying it. Good. Yeah, right. None of that junk. And completely agreed with you. The brave, the brave magician. One thing I didn't see here later on that you might have put, or maybe you did put it already before, but I'm just gonna mention it. Um, M, the magician, the brave magician. I don't know if the M stands for magician, but I'm throwing out there. Stated, divine masculine is the protective, the external, the driver, the motivator, the stable and moving, and that is so accurate and allows, and like you had said like earlier, the divine feminine is the moon, and so like the divine feminine is able to have those qualities and those virtues and those aspects inside, while the divine masculine, this is all of the self, can protect the feminine within, the body being the temple, the exact, you right on it, you seen it, you know it. Okay, now one thing I found, something kind of being talked about in the chat log, one thing I found very true is there's so much in our world that has truly been um, soiled in a bad way. It's been fouled up. And in that regard, that's where I look back to the source material, I look back to my own memories, I connect with everything I learned, documentaries, all sorts of stuff, investigation on all sorts of levels. And then I input my heart of love, because everybody else that had been leading something got benefactors and money and insurance and all this other shit in it, which fucked up the original vision, the innocent heart, the innocent path of the discovery itself. So I said, I'm gonna keep on the original discovery. I'm gonna keep on this original path, and I'm not gonna give up on it. And so throughout that, I have put together what I can the best for what my surroundings are, for what I can reach out to, and found, surrounded myself with those things, and continue to explore putting together all that I've found. Now, I've talked about creating your own portal. So I'm going to go from zero to explaining some Egyptian hieroglyphic shit that everybody's just talked about until I never heard nobody else talk about it. I seen one documentary, they started talking about it, but not on this level, not on this level. And it was well after I already figured out what I was doing. And not just figured it out, but like was getting real like results from it, consistent results. Now, there's one, there's two. I thought I had a third. I do have a third, but it's kind of hidden. He's sitting on the third one over there. Well, I got two images I can show you. Okay. Now, I'm going to do this real fast because I explained it yesterday and the day before, and anybody that's been here for a while, they already know. Okay, so in order to create a talisman, the fastest way to create a talisman, you don't need no mat, you don't need Here's what you do. Get yourself 5 stones. Quartz crystal's nice. It could be anything. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Get yourself, go to the store, go outside and get 5 stones. Whatever. Now take these 5 stones and find 5 places in your room. The stones don't touch each other, and a special spot so the stone don't fall or anything. It's its own spot. Then, when I'm watching a movie that makes me laugh, genuine laughing, I'm gonna go grab that stone that's for laughing, and I'm gonna pull that close to my stomach without breaking a beat, and I'm gonna keep on laughing. And as long as I'm laughing, I'm gonna hold that stone right to my chest, right here, or my belly, because that belly, that source of really come out. Hold it there. If you feel inclined to your heart, whatever. I put it to my belly because getting that real good laugh. So I put the stone right there. Boom. Open hand. Boom. Because it's blocking the energy. It's keeping the frequency here. So I put a double hand over it. As soon as the scene is done, I stop laughing. I'm going to take the stone. I'm going to put it back in its spot. Maybe later I'm watching a movie that's sad. Well, I got 5 stones for 5 emotions. So I'll go grab my sad stone. And then I got my sad stone. And I'll be like, oh, wah, ooh, boo, wah. And then I'll go put that back. Okay, let some tears drop on it and put that back in its spot. Okay? Each one has its own energy. So when I'm really not doing good and I'm sad, guess what? That stone full of good energy, I could go grab it, and it's actually going to make me feel good because it's my own energy. I captured it just like a picture with a camera, but I captured the energy, and it's a vibration, and the vibration can actually be locked into the stone, okay? And when I'm holding it for a long time, guess what happens? It heats the stone up. And when you heat something, you know what happens to the molecules? That means the frequency is active, and thus the frequency is hitting you. Okay, this is a scientific thing. I'm not talking about blah blah bullshit. I'm talking about real fucking scientific measurable stuff. Okay. So, get a group of stones. Now we're taking it to the next level. So you get a group of stones, and a group of stones big enough that can go around yourself, like a circle or a square or a triangle. 2 layers, 1 layer. Doesn't 2 are nice, 2 are great. Anyways, at least 1. It could be bigger or smaller, but at least something you could stand in or perhaps sit in, okay? These stones have been heated up, not in the microwave. Do not fucking, don't do anything adverse like that. I'm talking about like body heat or something. Sound, maybe you got a sound bowl. Sound will activate the energy within the stones. Natural sound of the sort. A gong, whatnot. This will activate those molecules and make them vibrate, which will send the energy around us. Okay, now what this does is that's not just a cylinder, it's a 3D spherical object around your entire soul and body. What this is doing is it's protecting you from outside energies, okay? It's a bubble in time and space, and there's no outside energy hitting it. That's your protection. That's your protection right there, okay? For meditation and all that stuff. Okay. This allows you to connect from the 3rd dimensional reality with your senses and your chakras to elements that would only be measurable in 4th and 5th dimensional density realities, okay? I don't need to plug a device into the wall and measure it because my body, my senses can actually feel their vibrations. This is along the lines of how the monarch butterfly will fly from one portion of the world all the way to another portion without ever having migrated there before, and they know how to get there without a navigator because they're following environmental cues. They're paying attention to more senses than what their eyes are showing them or what their wings or anything else is feeling, okay? Now, I have figured this out. I have been doing it for a while, and I can learn how to do this for others. So now I'm going to show you something. This is where we have this chair that she's sitting on. This actually shows the design inside, which was alabaster and some different types of stones. This was known as oh gosh, it was water. It was this was for water transfer. So I believe there was a type of ionized or magnetic water resonating with the energy. Of course, these all would have been talismans, like I just described to you about the talismans of how to put our energy into it. So, this entire chair would have been crafted from talismans, okay, hanging and decorated all over this chair with a component inside having pressure, allowing a resonance, vibrational exchange, and water having that in. Now you have the king sitting on this throne chair, which is actually his teleportation device, which allows his mind to be able to actually connect with more dimensions than just what we're currently aware of, which allows him to give instruction to anybody on their journey so far as that path of life. Since he's mobile and walking and looking for the initiate, he's actually wearing these talismans because he needs to be able to communicate with Source no matter where he goes. And they did not have necessarily the phone. So, like things and elements like that, surrounding yourself, it's actually pretty interesting to discover what they were actually doing. And historically, this is exactly what they described happening. Is that the old king's body, people would walk up to the body after it was deceased, and it's been mound, and it's what's the correct word for it? Mastaba? Is it a mastaba? I could be wrong on the word, but it wasn't a full pyramid yet. But I think it's called a mastaba. It's just like a base level, and the people would go in and they would either be sick or have a problem themselves, or their relatives would be sick, or whatever the case, and they would go in and they would present the issue before the body, and then later that night either the person with the illness or the person that went in would receive a dream, either or in the same whatever, and they would have a dream of what to do and how to of what to do, and they would do it, and then the person would get better. And this was actual communication with not just the deceased, but their actual consciousness, which returned to another body somewhere else, and so they're still able to communicate. And that's what this was for souls to communicate beyond the life after the physical incarnation was over with. Because from wherever we go next, our sight is so vast, we can help so many people back here. I mean, as much as we move forward, as our soul moves forward, we never lose sight of our past. That's a reality I've learned. And that's something to be maintained. That's something I do my utmost to maintain every single day on a positive of ways. CRLF, have I had a chair like that? Um, I have not. No. Straight up answer, no. I have not refined a chair to have those kind of elements on it. I have had some particular chairs in the past, and I put stones all around the cushions to essentially like, within the cushions. And so it was like a U of stones. So every single time I sat down, I had the set of stones around me. I've wanted to, but at least, well, I definitely have to construct it, and on a technicality, I kind of could. It would not look nice if I constructed it. It would be functional, but not necessarily looking nice by any means. So I haven't yet. However, you kind of did just give me an interesting idea, huh? What I naturally do is I create a portal, um, on the ground. So like I have my altar up here. That's the top space. My staff is here. Um, but the top altar is like heaven, and then down here for this portion of the altar is like earth, and then like down on the ground I have my tiger blanket, and it's just a blanket and it looks like tiger skin. And then I have a rectangle of stones of and then I have a like an oval, like a set of stones. So essentially, like I'm within my own portal at the moment, so it's not necessarily a chair, but at least I have an outline around me of stones. So I utilize that functioning, and I have been utilizing that functioning in a multitudes of ways. Um, Not on any crazy fucking 20-foot level size or even a 10-foot level size, but I have done multiple layers of stones, similar-ish to like your Stonehenge kind of layout, kind of, and then another layer on top. And I've done that, and I've created a portal space of that nature, which was fucking, that's that. Every single setup has a different kind of powerful result. But maybe I will make my chair. Maybe I should. I got the chair to start. That's kind of interesting. Hmm. I was thinking about the backing, because the backing on that little Egyptian chair, it doesn't come up too high, but it like comes up a little bit. And I was thinking about this chair, this backing, but it kind of comes up higher than what I see naturally. Hmm. That's nice. Sierra Hall asked, "Are you a genie?" Um, I have had people tell me what they like wished for, and more than one wound up getting it. So kind of yes, but we can't grant our own wishes, our own miracles. Not necessarily. Well, not directly. Okay. AMORC. Why does that sound familiar? No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not nobody's official member of anything. Well, I guess technically I would be a member of a couple few groups, like a Baptist church. Was going to this one Baptist church for a while, and they were like, they just accepted me. They didn't try to change me, and they were cool and they were nice. And then like this one service, one Sunday, they were like, if you want to join our church, you could join our church. And it kind of sounded like they were talking to me. And I was like, because there was nobody else. Everybody else like goes there all the time. And I was like, sure. And I walked up and I was like, uh, I go to like other churches and stuff. If you're cool with that, like, I'm happy to be part of your family too. And they were like, da 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 da. And I was like, yup, yup, yup. And they were like, all right, boom, let's do it. And I was like, okay. So like, on that kind of a side, I'm part of a couple of few groups. Technically, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they didn't oust me. I did not stick around to get excommunicado. I left before that happened. So technically, I'm still on their books as a member, but I'm inactive because I haven't reported any information. So, so technically, I still on their books, and I went to this Hindu temple for so long that it's just like that's I don't care what anybody else thinks or believes, but I just feel eternally connected to the family and the temple there, regardless. And so, anyways, uh, but no, I don't belong to any groups like affiliated and like yeah, I do that. Yeah, I find ideals and I find ways of living and I find culture and ancient ways and that which I'm attracted to and I enjoy, I'm going to make a part of my life. And that which I don't like, I'm not going to make a part of my life. And so that living that kind of lifestyle for me means that I can't hold to any one grouping of people or direction because my path is unique and it's not going to follow the path of a big grouping of other people. That's not going to happen. The Bible said choose the narrow path. It did not say to choose the wide path. So that's something I'll carry with me till my last days. That's why I always strive to be different from the crowd. I don't want to be part of the main group because if I'm part of the main group, then that means I'm following the wide path. That's not good in my book. That means failure. So, Rosicrucian massively, massively, yes, hugely, Masonic. Um, if you're aware of the Rosicrucians, then you're definitely aware of hopefully, aware of John Dee and Francis Bacon, and those guys, and the Invisible College, and that's for all that they established and set up worldwide, their order of things and others, as loosely as it was an order of things. Um, I see the efforts by people throughout the entire world to keep this information alive and active by continuing to investigate and unearth or to discover new realities of this old information and to bring that back to our awareness. And in that regard, I feel a massive duty, I feel a massive urge ever since I really learned and grasped those truths years back. That urge is to continue in their footsteps, because if they were alive today and could do the work they wanted to without distraction, holy motherfucking shit, the ground they would make. The ground and the breakthrough science, philosophy, every single aspect of life is going to be touched with what they could discover. They had to work in secret, and we can literally go to a freaking public park and work in public. We don't get punished for doing these things. Holding good morals and discovering new aspects of life is encouraged. It's needed in this world. So, throughout every single day of my life, I mean, I seek my actions, whatever my actions are, I seek to, if they were alive, to get a thumbs up from them or something on that regard. You know what I'm saying? Like, not to allow their efforts to be done in vain, but to carry on exactly what they had intended to carry on. Oh, very cool, chaotic neutral shit show. You live in the Tibetan part of my city. Okay, bro, so like there's this Buddhist temple. Like I went to a Hindu temple for a good long while, but I never technically been to a Buddhist temple, even though I studied the ways, worked the ways and everything. I got it carved in my staff, okay? I got it carved into my staff, man. Like I live this and you know, not everything they say, but because I haven't been to the temple exactly, but there's a Buddhist temple like 2.5 miles down from where I live. And yesterday when I got off there, I wanted to walk there, and it was raining yesterday, which the spirit was like, "Nah, don't go walking today." So I was like, "Fine." I was like, "Okay." I just did whatever else, and then I go downstairs and it's freaking raining, and I'm like, "Well, yeah, looks like I can't go today." Yeah, I mean I could, but I'm not trying to get sick or nothing like that. So I like to show up with my clothes dry, and anyways, I don't even know if they're open today. They're open certain days of the week, but that's certainly definitely a new portion of my life I need to do on the regular is make my way over there. I'm looking for something here. Oh, AMORC are the Rosicrucians. I knew it sounded familiar. I read that in a book or two. Thank you, thank you. Look, in my journeys, just in my journey, I'm kind of take a moment out, but in my own journeys, I've done this solo. I haven't had a teacher. I haven't had a guru. I haven't been a part of a class or a group, or I haven't had, here's initiation level one. I haven't had none of that. I was Jehovah's Witness for 28 years. I read the Bible twice, and the third time was you living it and referencing back scriptures and figuring out the shit that was said. Anyways, and then my mom died, and my wife left me, and she wanted to fight over my daughters. And the scripture in the Bible is like, well, you know, the person who fought, the two women fought over the kid, you know, and the king's like, cut the kid in half. And I'm like, you know what? You want to fight over our daughters, then you keep our daughters. I'm not going to do no fighting. There's no fighting involved. You have everything you want your way 100%. And and I went on my own path of discovery, and I started learning from everybody else, because the Jehovah's Witnesses who said, "Oh, we're love, we're so good, we're God's children, we're love, we're so good, we're so wonderful." When I just shared my honest truth in my heart, they turned against me. When my mom died, they turned against me. And the evil world they said was so evil, full of bad people, they kicked me out too. And so I was afraid. So go talk to people, and then I'd find that complete strangers were nicer than all them posing ass motherfucking religionists I ever knew. And I'll tell you, here's the proof too. Because when I had nothing, no, I still had a job at this particular time. I still had money coming in, and somebody at the job knew my situation. They they bought me food, they bought me lunch, and they did not ask. They did not put any stipulation that I owed them money back. They knew I had money, and they put no stipulation. Like at that moment, I didn't, but they put no stipulation that I owed them any money back, and never treated me no different. And I tell you what, up to then, every interaction I ever had with a motherfucking religionist, motherfucking posing for love, with full of anger and illness within, if they did some good for me, they expected to get it in return. If they invited me for dinner, they expected to get a dinner in return. If they gave me a soda, they expected a damn soda in return. Everything was tit for tat, motherfucker. And if I didn't, then I was treated like shit for it. So I didn't want to give nothing to nobody or receive anything from nobody, because I figured it was going to come slap me in the face. And after I left that darn religion, I said, if somebody wants to give me something, I don't give a fuck who you are. You be in a big old gang, or you could be a stranger. You give me something, you give me something. That's on your own accord. You come at me thinking I owe you something for that. You should have motherfucking stipulated that beforehand, motherfucker. You want to go toe to toe? I'll grab your goddamn nuts and bite them off too. I'll go after your throat or nuts. I don't give a fuck. Leave me alone. Your mistake on you should have told me beforehand. I'm giving this so that I get this in return. Because otherwise, no, no. I'm not playing some mental fish and hook game like bastards I've dealt with my whole life. They took my children from me. No, I'll never put up with it again from anybody else. I pray and I work and I talk and I share so that you don't have to lose what's dearest to you most, that you can hold on to it through your state of transformation, that you can win your fight. I lost my fight. I folded my cards. I said, my life is not on this earth. I ain't winning any pension. I ain't earning any 401k, because I don't give a fuck about living forever on this earth. My forever is with my mother up in the heavens. Fuck all that other shit. And that's when everybody look at me different. But somehow I'd go into a Baptist church or some Hindu temple, and I'd start talking about my mother, my dead mother, talking to me, and they believe in me. They didn't cast me out. I look like this, and they didn't cast me out. They didn't disbelieve me. But dressed like a fucking religionist, dressed in the suit, dressed in the tie, dressed in all like that, and using their name and going doing their thing. And I shares that my mom's talking to me from beyond the grave, and they say I'm a motherfucking demon. Somewhere in that scripture, it says, somewhere in that book, in that Bible, and I don't know the scripture, and I'm going to get the verbiage way the fuck off. But if you know your book, you know your book, and you know it's there. And it said there are going to be a lot of people claiming to be at that fucking table of God saying, I'm first, I'm first, I'm first. I served you best. And them motherfuckers going to be smited into oblivion. I don't want to be first. I just want to keep pace with my heart. I don't need no crowd. I just need to do what my heart tells me to do. Because in that day, when you asked, well, Why did you follow that person? Why did you do that? Well, I'm going to say I followed my heart, and my heart said this is the right thing to do. Every time, that was my North Star. That was my heart. The whole world is full of darkness, and it's going to look real pretty and distract you for a moment. And it's going to make you forget about your problems, and that's real nice and good and all. But the reality is that anybody in a conflict knows that they cannot settle down. They cannot chill out and rest. You can't be playing the happy family life and expect not to get hit by some stray bullet flying through the air. You got to be aware of the circumstances and what's happening outside around you. And if you've been following and listening more than just today, you know when I say look outside and be aware of what's around there is much more than your physical eyes are perceiving. Lush, Lucy Moon's question. I'm looking. I'm going up. I think I was almost possessed during one of my episodes because once I was able to move my body, felt like breaking out of a shell, contorting like a possessed person, like a movie. I saw a chat lower about sleep paralysis. That seems to be the correct thing for me to talk about right now. Okay, so uh, Lucius Mons, let me know you're here. Put in the chat log that you're here. I'm gonna chat a couple of things, and we're gonna take care of your sleep paralysis. We're gonna end it. It'll it'll never happen again. We're gonna end it right here, right now, like within the next within 30 minutes. We're gonna get to it sooner than that, but that's like maximum, and just in case I go rattling off on talking about something. All right. When we get to what we're doing, I'm going to say it up front. So I'm going to read some words of in other languages. Um, when I start, you're going to close your eyes. So all you got to do is just sit there comfortably. If you're somewhere safe, make if not, let me know otherwise. Somewhere safe, you can close your eyes. You're going to close your eyes and just sit there, set the phone down, and just listen to my voice. And then when I'm done, you're going to hear me play a bell, ring a bell, and then you know that the guided meditation is over. It's not a guided meditation. It's astral expedition is what we're doing. That would be more appropriate. It would be an astral expedition because we got some work to fucking do here. We're not just going on some fucking lollygagging tour. And it's nothing hard. It's nothing bad. Nothing is going to kick back on you on any regard like this. But we're essentially going to establish you with some allies. And once the scent of these allies gets on you, like that bad shit, if it, if, if they actually had the cojones to come after you, you're gonna feel a war go on inside of you, but it's just gonna make you laugh, and you're gonna be like, I'm gonna go to sleep, you guys, whatever, and you'll wake up, your life will be better. I'm not kidding, and I'm not joking. But essentially, that's what we're gonna get to. I want to touch on sleep paralysis before we get to that, but before we get to that, um, sleep paralysis is happening because there is an actual entity that is seeking to possess your mind And the more that this other consciousness synchronizes with your mind, the more it can control your body from within, the more it can guide you, and you don't even know it's there. Okay? This is real possession from other humans. This is not immaterial spirits doing this. This is other humans doing this to you. Okay? I'm being. That's the reality. So when you fight against that sleep paralysis, when you exert yourself, I used to have to go through it regularly, and I'd be like, I would be in a complete sleep, and then I'd be screaming, at the top of my lungs, because in my dream, in my astral self, I was literally being held down, and they were suppressing everything of my control. It wasn't an external suppression, it was an internal suppression. And that's why I summoned forth all of my will to scream as loud as I fucking could. And when I did that, I broke the sound barrier. When I broke the sound barrier, I broke their shields that were stopping my soul, my astral self, from acting. And when I did that, I unified my soul to my flesh and broke their fucking shit. All right? I broke free from their fucking shit. Now I learned a goddamn formula that is much more than just breaking free. And so we're going to do that. And anybody else who's been stuck with sleep paralysis has been under a spiritual attack. This is World War III, and it's happening. It's a psychological, magical fucking war. Why do you think all these three-letter groupings did all the research on motherfucking telepathic communication and projection, looking at things, remote viewing, and all this other stuff? Because that's the new fucking war ground. If I can win a war in an immaterial reality versus doing it on this planet, well, then you know what? I'd rather win it over there and just let my body walk into it over here. That's what's been fighting. That's what's been going on. It's not fucking demons with no body. It's a horrible, disgusting, bad human fucking targeting your psyche. And all this shit that I share every single day in these words I'm about to read, this is all about liberation. This is what the Invisible College is all about, the liberation of your soul so that your body can actually walk freely. Does money still exist? Yeah. But do you have to work a 9 to 5 to earn it to live your life? No. Is there some special savings program you do? No. There is a new life available for you. And attaining your liberation will truly allow you to walk that journey. Okay. What I'd like you to do, Lush, I want to make sure and get your name correct. I'm not trying to mispronounce it. Lucius. I'm going to use the bathroom right quick. And what I would like you to do is just slow your breathing. You're slowing your breathing. You're just more calm, just relaxed. And that's it. Just some good deep inhale breaths, whatnot, and to where it's natural, to where you're not forcing it. We'll be right back, and we're going to start with that astral expedition. All right, Lucius, you still with us? I'm gonna find out. But sleep paralysis, that's a very real thing, and it's very connected with other individuals. Um, if we do hear back from Lucius and I miss his comment, then let me know. I don't think they left, but maybe they went to use the bathroom as well or something like that. So I'm going to give them some more time or whatever the case. Though, otherwise, I'm going to focus on where I was heading. Oh, yeah, we got it. Luke. Like Luke. Gotcha, okay, like Luke. Gotcha. Hey, hey. So, should I just call you Luke, I'm guessing? Blizzard 3601, we are getting very, very, very close to that. I'd say 720. Boom, I'm going to stamp it at 720. So right now the minute mark is at 14 for me. So that's 6 minutes, 5 minutes and some change. We'll start at that point. But essentially what I'm going to be going over here is that... Okay, gotcha. French. I've been connecting French. I've been wanting to learn French, like learning how to speak French on the regular. That would actually be pretty cool. So essentially what we're going to be reading through is that we are going to be, it's words that are activated in a multitude of languages that is going to be activating the chakras, the energy centers within the body. Then essentially I'm going to be calling out to 50 most powerful friends on the spiritual realm. These individuals are um, creator level beings, just to say the least. Um, and then essentially I'm going to be moving into acknowledging the different elements, the sun, um, the planets, the elements, um, and essentially opening all the gates that there are to open so that anything can happen. Then I'm going to be pulling up protection. There's going to be a lot of protection that's going to be spoken from Kemetic, from Egyptian to um, uh, like more so Chinese, and even some it'd be more leaning Japanese to be all in all reality, and then it'd be in some Indian there, and then a good amount of Japanese allies to come in, and then in honoring of the Nagas of our own serpentine energy, an adoration to the All Father, to the Norse, and essentially a blessing from them as well. And then we're going to get into a bit of some other blessings that go back to Celtic, old Celtic, Druidic, and there's going to be a mixture of Latin in there. Going to bring forth the seven mothers, the seven divine mothers, their seven aspects. And then we're going to bring it all back around with what I'll leave as a surprise at the end, but the last portion, more than being a surprise, is really the main focus of everything. It's where everything coalesces and truly comes together and unites. And so that's what I'm going to be going through. If you have incense, light some incense. If you have a candle, light a candle. If you don't want to, don't care to, don't. If you want to participate in this, essentially what's happening is if you have spirits on your ass, we're going to clear that ground real good and permanently. If you have bad spirits on your ass, they ain't going to want to come mess with you after this. All right. If you're joining in, you can close your eyes now. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty ones shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy sphere, to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide, rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their bodies and cause, having their onks. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do his battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of Gwenvile, fight the plight that's be darkened night and our right. Zikia Kampazi, Ana Kampazi, Dingarkia Kampazi, Dingarana Kampa, hear me all that I summon forth by name, come to me by your heckle and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Reno Zizekyo, it was a Puto, right ahead Hirusha, and to Sirukai Korakutishin, it was Mahapura to keep a separate tall, I live to Udip Sharkins and Asara, man. On Bashiramantaya Suwak, on Bashamanatayas Var, Nuranina, Nunatanatina, Nunanina, Nunan, Hatun, Dumpamong Shing Shorong, on Ishanae, and Tereasuak, on Ishanaya, Antrayazva, on Babing Bro, onde Torashi Batano Suwak, onde Trash Yatrashi Varanasva, Rudatiro, Rudadata, Kring on the Drong, Shong Cranking Krong, Hong Chong Chong. On Hayaba Sharamatayas Wagom, Hayaba Shamanatayas Vaha, Aha, Zaha, Rimon Konging Kong, Onomukisona Marano, Namatsamata Bashanam Ham, who I hear who pura de la hang on cranking chrome unanganani maya swako mangaya yar maya sbaha e wa we wa we string on cranking chrome on hilo kai chino katai pa swaka churti chino kuchi bati sbaha nunanina no nunamina na hang on papi pro un ci rici parate sua com ci sai parate yas va ha lo kulum kumong krang krang un ada pasano sua com manakar di bo pe bo ber bort bo ber hongam hen Renno so sakyo we was on putura de het kerusha hen siru kai kori kotishin was ma hatar zu liebe set to sai peta tu di shakin sin asar men Barashakushu Baruru Gilma Kabal Mambuala Boho Pagana Rababol Galana Bardiku Sharu Pakistan Bala Saru Baprik when Belulu Mash Nebu Apatuni in a campan Belulu Gola Hegar Barishu Gila Gabal Gilma Mashe Gurus Luma Babo Maruka Ragesiku Gigam Gampra Namru Kalamus Yukinaki Pilanu Shaju Mashinana Sarulim Parmaratu Sisi Mashinana Aruna Ramangi Dumatukur Hataki Kilukulu Sidur Kilman Gagol got go never did Gagel now Talakupano to Kuku Kaku Moskar Sana Sakari Mastisha Mala Pakaka Lukato Maraka Paul Marutukura Koreus Sarulu Parmaskim to Tetiku Game Lugat and Makia Panuku Nada Lukat and Makia Pan her issue Saruli Muna Banatatu Sari Mashukaranu Sulomor and the Bo Gibil Balak Nataramadu Tagatuku Mashtis for Mashan and Gosurim Mashador Sir Sierra Padico Baba Suzukan Palugo Lab the Bo Bo King Baradimu Waru Kakutamu Nuami Kashki. We are also Novus, whom is found perfect before the Nethanumadevakmail Shenyu. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire as the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are ourselves triumphant, even ourselves triumph. All Novus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nathanum Devkamiel Shinyu. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are as our concealer with the eternal Nathan of Devkamiel Shinyu. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us the multiverse is not. As Tuhuri Samakaru Asara Kaftak Puin or Inari Sotsabo Herupu and Hertem to Kaftanu never to shark Karpuin so Hoser Misha Jet to Neshratenet of Movement Tam to Hurti to Armatu Netter Payabarni to Abarni to Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with Aru's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kenemet Donket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. All sorrow Novus will confirm. Lady Olset and Nebel Sara Abi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikin Lianush Kirish Taxara Patu Marti Kur in Yishli Dialua and Meshit Kemeshari Lusayansa Yamila Rata Utumugir Sha. Isaya Riega Biasha Jilica Tupiera Laka Isaya Riega Imutu Turu Kimakutili Shamiya Zumria Isaina Zumria Riega Zumria Bieshina Zumria Zilika Zumria Tupiera ina Zumria Laka ina Zumria Tatara ina Zumria Taxi ina Zumria Takarupa ina Zumria Tasanika Ishmash Kaptulu Tamatunu Nish Kipel Kimalilu Tamatunu Nish
Mashma elani lu tamatununi shishpata kamakunulu tamatunui nazumri alu tabrasamha. Ya runani ba perik ba gabais ba gabor agabor ba gabais ba agabor ba perik nani ba runani ya de korbori anin ba gora adim be gora ya ki ya sakaki ki azatu ki saru ki kutulu ya Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Shrim Hrim 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 Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Hrim Shrim Hrim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Hrim Shrim Hrim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Shrim Hrim Vajravarukani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Anushubam Gigasu Kishariki Goshar Desis Yaramata Yeningaru Kalamas Nikuningarni Namkuru Unexan Kugariash Shukumuku Tusi Yana Kampasi Kika Galubara, Namtarbara, Ashakbara, Kikimbara, Lalbara, Telorbara, Maskimbara, Utubara, Papara, Latubara, Lasubara, Karubara, Rukubara, Kolobara, Lilitubara, Utum Solatina, Zula, Zulatina, Gim Sulatin, Nazu, Mula, Zolatina, Tinget Zulatina, Maskim Zulatina, Bara, Dinazu, Siana Kampa, Sikia Kampa, Munisiga, Bara, Yeni, Naki, Sajorgina. Ormasha zigar ziparaye zigar shupana exaisi sharma ziganam saye in dore shaki ubuandar kigar ndagub Dayanam de ya sara savito mandale mandi arvar kinariana sari shiri sam nam sanevista kiora parma kolokura lavad yariti hari haran maya paputar sankakara namaskaran mantra Hram Mitra Yat Namaha Hrim Ravari Yat Namaha Hrum Savari Yat Namaha Hrim Banab Yat Namaha Hram Kagari Yat Namaha Hra Pusnet Namaha Hram Yarangabar Hari Yat Namaha Hrim Mari Kariyan Namaha Hrum Mari Yat Namaha Hrim Savitri Namaha Hram Markari Yat Namaha Hra Paskare Namaha Hram Hrim Hra Sari for Sori Yana Yat Namaha Farasi Yasas Namaskara and Yakorpanta Dene Oppression Palam Veam Tesam Praja Yarte Krang Kring Monkeruos or Hong Kring Bong Shamasha Kashapi Akashapti Apisha Mush Episti Akimatin Okutoshio Limli Shulu Lizurburat Duku Epitashunu Kimamena Tu Inati Kiritu Shunoli Mutuma Nakulu Blugi Shunulini Shumanakulu Tini Shunulikti Shurmanaku Lutari Tarama Shaluti Shakar Shapti Sharushi Arapushu Shupi Araki Shurupuyushi Tingorko Shabakam Bong Kibikera Gibirka Shu Manayanduru to Station Rani Golmari Karki Gishpori Yazi Yazi Kira Kampa and Kimadu Korsemito Shabu Banana and Shamtori and Na Gishpar Gibil Kiara Ziaga Kampaka Kamban Nurnu Shaduyulin Kunushi Shaduyulin Mala Kunushi Shaduyulin Yilks Kunushi Shaduyuli Kunushi Shaduyuli Kunushi Shaduyulini Kunushi Shaduyulin Kunushi Shaduyuli Kati Kunushi Shaduyutanua Kenulim Kudina Zumi Alu Taprasama Agamasaratu Ismasarati Sharmushili Chururiki Shalimnuti Sisanimel Anigaraputi Shimayata Patapi Dina Lati Lindausi Kunushi Animushiri Yamasarati Ismasarati Bi Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Garavarboni Shamashkori Yamasaratu Siki Kampalagolo Munetki Ashata Bara Masaratu Bara Vishnum Kimistar Namahom Sam Kuberari Hatam Hadu Mutav Kubera never caught Hotep Rompri Viratu Bumitevi Medan to Mutav Nuksek Heru Mediakina Nandef Hotep Rampri Video to Metap Tek Saram Tata Tina Kepta Sukore Tesepson Mercedi YouTube Torata Isano Mami Sanari Atnam Haumi Hami Dry Atnamha Kopistrofun Drum Teshos Actua Naya Metam Kopistrov Nuksek Satana Omsek Tesek Takisuek Saka Karte Karane Kabek Tak Nekoseri Serte Saruna Pek Markola Kutulu Tata Kalakni Omrak Matayari Yat Namaha Mamma Mari Yat Namaha Harpi Yat Moma Sato Taraya Matan Happy no Kapi Saka Naun Am Section Up at Ek Huin Kit Ek Kat Ek kar ekartana nekte tierta mormatu yanu yanil yarn ginariti raksasa samraksasari yatnamha varunari yatnamha imset faruna falutata sermala yametani imset nukim set sekisarina sek saruna paik mensepsen udu ni kupeteara mautun rates zitingarana kambasi tingarki kambas beo vayum yam vayol yatnamha Varsiri morkala mor morutu moramatsu zitingarana kambasi tingarki kambautu sutorata kuju tala sakta kala yarnu yalyor yaringi sabbeo umhonim bramarne namha bramanu bumaharo maksaru tu velotes raya medan kebranu pakabram kebru neben kebrasha kebram prembra amulu asatu di takala nesrate nebu mahan sejata tiu sama swati mukit stek stratentu temberanu defnesu perneter Om Hrim Hom Sorry Yat Namaha Om Hrim Hom Shrim Chudra Yat Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Mangala Yat Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Bambur Yat Namaha Om Hrim Brahmaraspati Yat Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Shukra Yat Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Samsanachari Yat Namaha Om Hrim Raver Namaha Om Hrim Ketuver Namaha Jabakusumu Samkar Shankar Peya Mahadayutim Tamorim Sarva Pavakam Prantismi Divakaram Dadi Shankar Tushar Pankishoro Rana Pasambhavam Namami Shashirnam Sumam Samboram Ubudhat Pushartam Drani Karpasam Putam Vedu Karti Samaprabam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamakalam Pranam Meham Prayam Kukalika Shatam Ruperna Pratemam Burham Somya Guru Pertam Tamburham Pranam Miham Devanam Tarushianam Shagurum Kishanak Sani Bamburi Butam Location Tam Namami Briaspatim Himakutamrina Halabam de Yardam Paramam Korum Sarva Sasra Pravaktaram Barakavam Pranamamiam Jana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamam Krasham Chachari Matar Nasabutam Tam Namami Saram Avakar Yamaha Beryam Chandra Dita Vimartaram Samika Garbasam Putam Tamrahum Pramamiam Palasha Puspasam Karcham Toraka Grahama Sakam Rodom Ramakam Koram Tamketum Pranamamiam Namarama Moradi Tripon Kari Panusha Shibun Mista Burasha Kurusha Shukrashani Goretu Sarva Grahamu Pasapra Partam Hurume Shanti Ombors Voros Voram Tansa Pitor Padiam Godavasha Diman Dios no Prachodaya Tatswaha Hariam Tatswaha Nanasi Yana Brasiti Yasini Yana Nabasamakana Saya Yakampa Bhagavati Yana Nakampa Mashrita Nanazia Kampa Yagmagia Gamagia Zagastanaki Ashtagalois Nagubu Nabu Corios Mokorius Yastro Tulianka Kuyas in Abumos or Sik for these Campasla Sakashin Talastrambus and Thanatus Kampaya Gashi Sashi Gulaman Yamarkari Yashari Bari Yagush Yanana Yarden Yashtapamacha Chakarani Yaramilo Yakji Starikan Pai Nanas Yarma Kampapi Sarma Kampaya Yak Danzari Solur Kishamashu Yardur Yasoluchi Sakatamaria Yatsarich you Patalaka Tamarki Yat Kampazi Dingoru Yakampazi Dingorustu Yakampai Zishta Zirakushi Bello Kampai Zirshtas Kampaya Garmas Baruna Baruana Yasian Garkampa Yarin Yasetting Gatin Yakampa Yakantara Makia Tarakampa Marukumo Padu Moon Padu Yagara Segale Yadagi Yagata Yamakaba Port Nish Yamarutuku Yatuku Sorim Sagarim Axana Zambana Kela Padu Kunini Kamanu Yartu Yandara Yasi Partu Alu Balku Deriku Kampa Besi Zag Basak Baron no Salu Nushubangi Gatsuki Shaka Koshake Mara getting Guru Kalamasni Kudinga no Bigu Yushu and Exranani Kukariashi Shamur Kutu Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Ram Ramerte Ramme Mano Ramme Sasturnam Taturian Ramna Varnarne Venaya Kariyan Namaha Magnaria Petamaria Vakratundaria Diga Mahita Nota di Prachudayat Vakratunda Makaria Soria Korti Samakraba Niar Koinam Kurume Deva Sarva Korea Shusar Varha Shri Guru Sharas Rosh Rajnish Mana Mukore Saro Varu Varakuvar Primota Sujo Draku Forchar Burhi Hintanu Janiki Sumiro Pupan Kumor Bor Burhi Vidya Derumuhe Rahu Koles Vigarje Harniman Jan Gunzgarje Karpisti Unluku Jarka Ramduta Tulit Pardaman Jani Putra Pavan Sutana Namaha Mahaveva Garam Bajrangi Kumartini Varsumati Kesarangi Katan Veran Viraj Subesikanan Kundor Kunchi Kesahat Vos Rodu Volshi Viraj Kanti Mors Jana Husorshi Sankar Suvan Kusrain and Dantesh Pratap Mahajag Vantan Vidyavan Guniati Chator Ram Kaj Kari Bekua Tor Prabhu Chori Teresule Bekor Hasya Ramla Kansi Taman Basia Sore Kuru Shoran Soroj Rajni Mane Sumero Pan Kumor Borbur Hividye de Hum Mohi Harahu Kole Sarvi Karche Hanuman Pian Gunsugarji Karpisti Loku Jarika Ramdudatali Parama Jani Puta Pavan Namaha Mahadevi Kurambusharangi Kumati Kinhan Mur Nijar Lutsarje Sakar Suhan Kesrin and Antish Patama Hajagwanta Pan Vinyavan Gunia teacher Torsi Yahida Karva Vikar Rudari Anka Jarava Bimarudari Asur Sankara Ramachanda Kisa Sanvare Laria Sanjivan Lar Kanji Yari Shri Ragu Harashi Ora Yeragu Parkirni Barut Partak to Mampriari Parathi Sanbai Sahaspartan to Haro Yashkar Veus Karhis Repartikant Gar Vela Sankar di Bramarti Mornes and Atsarat Sarhira Esamelar Yerash Partierna Yom Horo Mantravi Parshan Manu Lankas Warbarie Subjana Yog Sahasra Jojan Parbarnu Lereo Tarhima Torfan Janu Matrikumerli Mukmahi Jagadilan Kigarve Ashrashne Hedor Kam Karjagar Kejatesur Kamanugraha Tumrete terram duare tumrakvare huanar gyapirnu pasare subsurklahe tumhare saran tumrakshak karhu kodarna arpan kesamharo apeten hun lukan ter kanta bud pisashne karnar hinar ve mahapyar jabna hamsurnabe nasarughar he Sampera Jalpat Naran Hanuman Bera Sankat Se Hanuman Shurta Behan Karam Vachan Yan Julve Sud Port Ram Tapas Raja Tin Kerkar Sakatum Major Yara Sarusan Ker Tumrak Ware Asol Nikanan Ram Duhare Ashtasiri Navne Rike Data Usvarlin Jan Gildur Pasrabe Anka Raguver Pojari Jahanjat Namhore Pakari or the Tajir Nadar he had no say he saw the Sukariki Sankakati disappear Jusmira Hanuman Papera J Hanuman Gusin Pripakar who Guru Dev Kiatna Hinjusat Parkare Kurhiju Te Pati Mahansukte Jolia Pare Hanuman Charles Ser he sarki korisa torsida har George Dars horar yemen der partner sankataran mukhamot ramlakan sitasar hi hodar ya pasu sorbo Maharaga was Rosi Savara Sarvaja home from Hurkinishra Nam Jalendi Paranum Namhafu Umim Ring Streaming Umim Namu Bhagavati Patali Patali Vari Varumuki and Hantini Namharum Teruntini Namajamba Jamini Namamo Hemohini Samasamini Nama Sarva Dusta Pradus Salam Sarvis Vasarapai Sirasak Chomukati Javasam Param Kurukus Krampasam Inklum Kahitaha Humasraya Pahatswaha Animani Mane Mamane Shirashiriti Shami Shavita Slamukuta Mukuta Bishabi Shabi Subi Shabi Shaya Shaya Guinness and Shavi Terni Basani Nebita Batata Nebita Trashudai Mukure Yarade Shugasha Sama Bori Goriji the Rumayo Rishite Suyan Kushana Pashura Matamata Sarashana Roto Rokashaya Rasha Tai Yarmaro Manay and Atari Azara Makazoruki Mukire Yarate Nedinate Nation Cheri Archie Arinada Tanabian and the Kapina Kabakina Karikandari Slade Matuich Koriboro Shanashi Debbie Roke Tanai Kushare Tanushure Hach Borasene Surubarane Batari Surubasha Batani Shubatani Suyabi Shani Sugi Nikarani Sugi Hydrated Sugatura Tarate Service Sikar and I Sarubasaro my sure set the Servisaro do the Q Sharai to Irashina Biteri Anya manya mana mamane sirikadite sama samita bisanta muta mukti tame sama ave sama jaya saya sire sata sanita da darare yolo ke pese pete biksari ni hidu abi tar ni viste abi tar parisino kule yarare parade sukan ki sama bol veru kita tar pariksit samgone korsal ne kone bai afistane matro siata ruto saya pantava vakula talura mania tais vaha Shvala Maha Shvala Kukitu Kabuke Arabata Notaneta Batani Vitini Sotini Gunatiani Nativati Swaha Atate Vanatate Alari Narikunari Swaha Gani Kantara Matagi Pukasi Sankula Brusai Sisi Swaha Itimi Uru Heru West Swaha Adana Patita Batane Dana Pisada Saradi Sarada Padi Pasani Sabatani Samaprisati sama parisites sabrasa kusul rekarte seme bekerita dan barte bertane bertalis baha sasrim sahu wong hong chong ong tong go slow bong ping so ong rang ring gong sor gong kring mong hong chom mong shring haring ara ring gong geru sor hara on vam dum mong krang ring guong mong plong ring bong on krang ring guong on krang ring guong on krang ring bong on tong ring dong on krang ring bong chong ching shung on krang ring bong on chong ching shung on kring shring heng kring meng vam dum mong chong shring shung on gisor gong shring gong shring haring ara on heres or sort of bong king so gong king bong de hung Chinese ora un po' soldato mo shuku na ora max of hum shu na ora man samba tra mi na ora o mo te so haro hum puku shu na ora o mo mu serai e kushi na ora mo huru che dale matangi sbaha puci den bus no mo bo ne os ne sai rubus furus valas teso saro kana sarvasa sarhadni sbaha shor kanji za boso blo lik sbaha de si boso sum samchono sa sbaha tara boso sunama samata haram koruna o babe tata ni sbaha Central Kensing kanji sai bosu su umfasho dharma ki batu kanji sai bosu umantu papa umfas baha Joshim kanji sai bosu umha kurun kari svaha Jonrai kanji sai bosu kala koli koli svaha Naori kanji sai bosu parne sermali svaha kungur sato umfasho sarat baha Harnya bosu di shuta bichari svaha Fortune bosu samya svam Monjo bosu mara makana maruku bosu matrei svaha Jiso bosu ha smanki svaha Kukurzo bosu namo karsi kopari mari moli svaha Nicole bosses liptet svaha kokol bosses kamru paria svaha tur mayo nama samata vasharam kana morsana sfurta yom tratam gozante mayo sanam pat nisrum mahum jajrahum pan kundari mayo amtrahum pat tailukum mayo srika rupahum kam svaha konguri yasho mayo num yashra yaksa humaiser mayo maraka vashus nisa vasha sarva shahum pam hu kuchaku mayo maro rekante svaha sarboku chino kambai svaha konkur saum kongin fishrak sauranja svaha sinishi doji chansi svaha jiku kutum tarsar rapram bandana svaha so chotanum virudak yaksi patai svaha komo kutunum virubak sarangi patai svaha tomotanum visravani svaha bensaitinum sarasvati svaha daiku kutunum mahar kalari svaha kichichurtel mahasriya svaha karitaimum durmale hariti svaha daikinitinum ria svaha marishitinum marsi svaha daishun hongkitinum ria kahum svaha Om Trambagam Jamesum Dimpustivar Haramar Faru Kami Babaratum Jormuk Sheri Yater Namaha Rim Chung Krum Maguchi Erike Chung Krum Shrim Hum Shen Shrim Chung Krum Kuchika Chong Hum Ramre Agri Forana Kurwasikan Hole Shukrayat Nam Home Shrim Basram Dehi Sukrayas Vaha Umanata Yatnam Homer Sayatam Homagara Yatam Homokarar Yanam Homa Vikaramar Yanam Homa Nemisitare Yatam Umaravan Tar Yanam Homer Venukor Yatnam Home Vishnu Priya Yatnam Home Verustiga Yatnam Vitar Marianam Home Visotarar Yanam Home Cesari Yanam Home Satrustari Yanam Home Saparamandi Tari Yanam Uma Pari Karundari Nenamha, Uma Mitikarari Yatamahoma Karavasapani Yatnamaha, Uma Marahi Spatutia Yatamahoma Karupari Yatamahom Vala Yatamahom Vasukari Yanamahom Varapari Yakari Yanamaha, Umvanakari Yanamahom Vamsavara Dari Yanamahom Vasudevasana Yatamahom Vasprixi Dari Yatamahom Viparsatari Nenama, Davida Kamani Yatamahom Tamurupari Yanamahom Dipitikari Yanamahom Radinda Dari Yanamaho. Kasaparamatchari Anamahom Kalarupari Anamahom Yugadada Pari Anamahom Yugandari Anamahom Beraswa Matari Anamaha Om Rama Katari Anamahom Kiswapari Anamahom Vismarari Anamahom Sakal Parani Anamahom Sakala Palari Anamaha Om Sambupriya Anamahom Saranara Anamahom Pankasara Satnamahom Pamarasana Anamahom Pamaratari Anamahom Pankanadari Anamaha Om Pativasya Anamahom Patiavaskari Anamahom Parasara Satnamahom Parkaparitana Anamaha Bave Sarari Yatam home Tasakari Yatam home Lokotra Yatam Sipari Yatam home Ferrari Yatam Panari Yanam home Punya Yatam home Punya Katari Yanam home Pasari Yanam home Parakari Yatam Omniscalar Yanam home Paraparia Kari Yanam home Korkor Yatam home Sari Yanam home Sarkopuja Yatam home Sakari Kari Yatam Omnetasaya Yanam home Naranja Yatam home Victoria Yatam home Sarania Yatam Savadaya Kari Yatam home Daranja Yatam home Victoria Yatam home Fire Tarupa Yanama home Tamohara Yatam home Vishwara Yanama Kalana Yanama home Falari Yanama home Pramakarina Nama home Sakarana Kara Yanama home Chitukura Yatama Jipari Yanama home Jayada Yatam home Japapriya Yatam home Vishwarupa Yanama home Virustuta Yatamaha Virus Salam Studia Yatam home Salaya Prata Yatam home Pramata Yanama Vishnu Pariyanama home Kutariyanama home Kutararia Yanama home Ratostra Yanama home Rapusati Yanamaha Poshankari Yanam home Mayor Parikanam home Sarisopayanam home Sakru Parikanam home Karvus Putarikanam home Afra Partikarianamaha Sisumla Pani Yakarianam home Fanny Ravi Busanianam home Nakin Trayanamaha Peniogo Massa Sriti Patrika Mantra Sikasiapa Brahma Resi Pratishada Sriti Patrika Tapata Bisham Swahasaki Patikilakam Sriti Patrika Prijar Samta Venioga Resari Nasa Komiyasa Brahma Rasat Namaha Sarasi Pratishanda Se Namaha Sri Muke Sriti Patrika Tapata Nama Rombishan Namaha Kuyes Wahasakta Yanamha Parayoka Kilakariat Namaha Namaha Veniogi Namaha Sarpangi Resari Nasa Kromugus Yam Namaha Rim Tadshani Piam Namaha Ramadika Piam Namaha Ramanavika Piam Namaha Rim Yam Namha Krom Kara Prasta Yam Namhaiti Karania Sakromata Yatlam Harim Sobis Rasiswaha Sekaya Spadam Kapikaya Nim Troyo Fosot Chromasraya Patitis and Nanganasum Fisromia Take Banda Yanam Dipatriama Deviatis Caris for the Pini Depat Dipete Hebaras from Chamim Prithia Mika Karam Summa Pame Amakasamika Pushpam Shami Yamia Poi Mika Yatkaram Stupamagraph Yamiram Yamika Yatam Sami Jamfer Madamika Yadipam Shami Hamatramika Yasaramika Yasarabukara Jam Samar Pami Japamala Matrama Malay Mahamari Saramatra Sarapuni Kalapati Salinas Sapani City Papa Guru Matra Umhim Sita Guru Prasida Umhim Mata City Petra Matrom Kromum Darga Rima Vasai him Dum Torke Amhim Kromum Paspaha Sadang and Eskomata Yatam Harim Spasis Rasis family Kia Vasaram Kabakai whom named Troya Vasaram Cry Strayava Iti Serangin support for me. I think the Moka Diana Dipulama had Deviary studies for the Pini Departed Divide para Sapum Chagami Kampusham, Mikayan, Kanam Samatami, Amakasabika, Push Popijamiam, by Vitamika Dupamakrap Yamam, Mikay, Department Pama, Mikayam, Traman, Epiariam, Nivariam, Sami, some Safarmika, some Karapajam, some Pamisam, some Kuya, the Kyo, Freedom, Kanasma, Kurabam, of the other Batu Bed, Devi Prats, Salam, Istera, Japan, Matalama, Trom, Famale, Savanda. Piliki Baba was Buddha, Gurusia me Badria Sofia Ramia Kadehi me Om Principia Namaha. Om mijn Brahmahat mensen Hari Brahmaim Fatum Verat Manari Yes Maha Vermar Herania Kaparia Dirmai Tano Brahma Prachudaya Dom Tator Mukaria Virmahe Masro Daria Dirmai Tano Brahma Prachudaya Romim Him Shringhim Sausage Kambramaram Brahma Chanam Pathama Kurusal Vihi Mara Purushu Vinapa Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Mahaswara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Rashmeshri Kurve Namaha Usakna kept Diam Kakina Horror Yafim Kendabos Kisu to Nazur Kuri of posti tarotu oramsta olemassa nämä hattelemme juusorti tutoranneti martu varotu kärme juusakeru nekkänu kärmetti anantu päivnäsara käruinne herusekri ynä babuina vartemtem se puari ja pafahi uturki nehemne fartse sorte panefletje bu Troam priam torsi vosi floridi ridi vingin normal magise chef viga tro nord tormanier motskil donskil bihor do fin frar Fredle voor din frigida frig verteg de turkis vite henges hekos vertegs vertarg verteg botor plan fiote kar floti Frovin we kor biskar sig brer hosung skjord Fredle skjordung skerfiser men kjerning vingsker fjunor for haran herren korring kosin kuroski orni bifling his feet or tree tre go fjordnia Evigel miers for contra fium fimbultius rid vir liebter giv most Nicolheim Elfberg Galgvinning og Gabriel Mel og Kelmia og Dulme Bori Bol Besta Ward Din Ville Ves or Mugom Belgian Mer Ostri Destri Mudri Sudri Nicola Sator Norfi Nei Nangla Fari Oda Nori Oda Lenga Ser Deskin Baxter Himflaxi Muni Per Lune Solo Vakas Vin Bil Julki Per Kier Sergsi Milvet Flingski och Harti Roveni Sian Jan Vitroja där Volkland Champion Mosors Nedorin Nej Nerti Notri Sudri Husri Vistri Hati Rufdorlin Nordnein Nerpling Dein Bifjord Barfo Bombor Nord Jodjul Nord Oid Moten Viet Nerdfingarn Dorfindorf Dorin Filkili Forndin Valli Troen tek viter nöden radsvin drabne rogasvari hogsväri harjof koloin dori odi lovan vari hätifili hartsjari alver lufo skilbier virbier skalpina ol Envi alfinskjärdi hofrosti finki nori altresias ner virvertändi skålbreda britet ner himen biol valeskjärv helskrev gemli ortem adlen verlein Rasurex vasvud varslig vedu nivin svor vasaras ne ortin fling loki Ingen saugan hogna odnause kodrösel dia bolmo atsiol och turk es urti umarritas kain turmea av mitt tierski papina hejöks bibaka lo he gorkin der meri oknini mogul heim dala vil du bevulbo at vel til sjokfon spiels jo foren bås för Moskov monk ekman journal oral borden bås för bom mik furen och förstu Niol Mekhaima, Niol i Verbi, Morgenbembe og Ranfjord Morgenban, Orbosut og Borsigen Bjerg, Bivosesen der Naser, Nesvolo, Nyantog, Banser, Vanne, Opinim, Kapfoskinumga, Engrasi Virgi, Arbors, Njerbors, Bogum, Objek, Brubea, Esme, Vomea, Renskol, Sorskin, Sornena, Solos, Stena, Barbas, Grun, Bloki, Solvasulen, Sereimana, Henry, Gru, Hom, Hamrin, Jorbu, Sorne, Visi, Vorsal, Yarti, Barnine, Visi, Varningins, Artistos, Norne, Visu, Vorstag, Ketun, Kinjun, Gwenjin, Quillorakstola, Gelengologo, Bak, Cartus, Nokovnik Jannek von Orkorpu Morkin het tuok mit Jandang Andur och kaptan Kromatilcho het husk sassial all belvil I börs hergård Horf hartom propo Avla logbo åts med bobo at ethavbo med tangia skorpo och tolkorbu Teavroduri torni till Teavokor vor braivetter kis vontorgoli unsbravo morsemejo a morko Jotunheimum kinjin runjin quillobrak stola gening lokal pukov parkatux versker de vorko trotovskiptje och bremix polki och brains legium bara vos mosorgen moser or bin logo or endurina no bir madleken morg gor brove gor ijor bu sem dorin sagbi hon vol belgori o bo vikinga nio es vos der mes vir or horgi beter smok no polongo hava nurorgi no lokolum Baron Amlindia Brunois Ferntin Luardia Lurs Jembrais Prefter Win Mardin Embrais Amara Urka Teater Tuk Mogo Chela Pira Pixom Nonista Tetarun Terantek Tuon Breketearun Ulegedetan Tomal Pentuod Wesir Din Dus Ruig War for Week Nuon Osiris et Saphir Tufir Echelin Monik Rumblo Loom comfort. Alle punt wat was en ding door zo ruig war voor ging oorlog ze red as a per tu voor Echelin Mona Coromblo doen Aros way Aros Quer la es or we wat we pre our we Arosi Aros comes into Facilio Todes Trok Corumbrenos Nesictenentos Cor est Virivia en en desolentur dos ipse corrienda menos Sargins Arvis et Narvis quoris non difficilia et impossibile vas investigarde. Domine dos amin potens rex regio met dominos domine Deum in curios mandum omnis victoria constitet omne bellum contritur. Pro puis me visio virum femins tamen opus el delor de dois magnificentis adverin macum hel adverin cum hel adverin macum saxum in versum montum oparum da in attibo lumen quartum traconis nir dem horndur do orn der timanga scertena scertermoko scermok samasamo sarma sanmo sein notrokut pas punto sceltenve Om Nariyarta Vermahe Vasudevarya Dirmahi Tano Vishnu Prachudayat Om Devakarata Narya Vermahe Vasudevarya Dirmahi Tana Krishna Prachudayat Om Tarkosharya Vermahe Sasraksharya Mahadevarya Dirmahi Tanu Rupa Prachudayat Om Ekarantarya Vermahe Vakronundarya Dirmahi Tanu Nandi Prachudayat Om Kariyanyay Vermahe Kanya Kumborya Dirmahi Tanu Turka Prachudayat Om Vegetariai Chadir Mahi Kamaracharya Dermahi Tanuta Vipracharayat Om Mahadervyai Charvir Mahi Vishnu Parnyai Char Dermahi Tanud Lakshmi Prachurayat In Israel sarna vesutine truasha nujas kaprusharada merperushavs kapukin jarar katams kim neveromatikin jefem yornu nevs komari basharab nekorishazarami neshvara sharab zoltem sutin minkin nuumna kapriset hizir patram kim dutarpne dumenebs competent tarshari unevai toy buagor tepensen useruin podn trus min moje toy torsne van kevkamar mutevnuta pepe tasen never rotoi tomish jetabu mahita kontota namoy factor tapsen neprotset adapted harmahi tarnan trinken waltek nu shabasting timahi haban lori hashabaskem no asking tini abishurti jutu aparamik fruit adam makaru men amar abishalai opera these and the amasai sars happy sort happy at namorin the markam nakot open drama record second drama kulti heru tamerun and strate peru am hero men real cat roman tu heru beno heru soy kapjoi kaptag kapren tis mante vero ken robinus mamor pat ken carpet van två och så har det inte det mycket det så det kerus med så kan lura kerus agrines och den tusen men ketu tuma tusen men ketu sekundes هزو arcarabes arcarines och den tusen men ketu tuma tu sekundes jet hennes hezو att det bara klara peramnes gen kan du ves så att det jutem judes kapten vem hur är det nu men sen den några kan pen mode för oss sen kan morak på fam sätt så att den ketu men det är det så att bu Nemanit min hetron pet hetron en antal shara catorish mar second on pen pet cheta tu cheta Pua sekem petsekem toyara na puam kinset pua pua mesekem resu sekem toya benemute sekem baske basta para basu wasan ruwaja sekem mehe para so kuno bashara solini mi heading ki sapsa kasapsa or hek parkosa kikreser metsudi ke musiku sabarseku lepskebi kapeser metet sarmara ser hafet ser met hu sekem ma he pechepetiam kapetu no horari madap snamba paren kes wash nas kartiesh buam snap am sekuna matni mi ati tutu Ormenti martu faru never sarkina babuina patentin sabu arema pofo to orkin never neheb cultures of hep on have never had heteru temperature have never had the mentu roots of a kabuchi says get a good mayor motoi so much got them all patients mukarim ship petros neck in the drink of game of an enter can miss two by net cabin to the bruns can and to never to Ramasusuri your Tanchara to an attenter never disarronetum seneni son jolek next and it go parkes or kek the second curry poikam jari wama crep you shon on Asian and me at the set to numatavate to abe to make new cakes no one second one the for a fat of menti on a sorry protectum sickness sake the best you would yell no I'm something to make a movie or to make you down the net to can put them name fools on kita tum tatek nani fu put them so tek shoot the atu tatek na muni fu amet pakas nani hu apu didn't get in mati in the job and the head and the chata shazarema hota me to call kanama brut I get that into excellently to meditate ship to canada you want me to want better but Matarata never woman had taught us up to never my man can do it has you recommend that very interesting with you connect never that touch ups at the north so I neck more make money on no so I snook saw as who but I can put a message to never neck opportunity man no resek never tip in the tree and wait up I'm just sending left truck I am in Gaku says your time so to a man never wake out so tap at them hold up the house but them hold up them potty my suit up you or got the attack to protect neutron you couldn't sure to put on but und mut pu nu nuxisini aparen pu netri uni ama sabrami boy ma nois en parlament mortate yoltep sotep kapara puata bejeret unami un wat musiku shomo ratek pori sorek bete ora ashu parkam nan zakat dak so eksaka keten de kwenam nu ku aptara on fire for two nekam Antamen giu gobserv wajek toyen kummer tu nepri asamot nuin pet mai hru ne manamesik markem suum petres et netek nris up tepem so kapara nu ku tat kapara on taram sanaketi kuamaka unek kapara nu meses sutin white param kemun tefne nabu and nerkati and kasudi senek yo ben senek Time homo ne tri tiem sikimi petna termine su at no pisha kavi shuri se the miskera kwa mai injer win tu one with two messages of what to be I had and like patient and Shanu kept around to war on apple to mommy masaru to us attempt to record never a natural correction over cookie at it as come on and to which of them tafu mutimu never ross on that wrong American clone pesa academy heck check egg Hek efna trune bak jare krar nep shepe karam ken karek ne mara kamoto pius kar kafte kota bek la was at ta nef lu kenen jubuti was at us kota pius kafta ke kota bek na was at ta nef lu kenen jubuti was at us kota pe nef was nes was I have a simson sir my hindron petronas and any second on secuteni sadu right but apu says rapasari said is urai namas soig nuk kaparam kapru nepem kaprasha kaparam pranau nun tram bami yasuna una ankraten bansen kabir one atan ban kabir unen to toys to so sabe kenem kabi mi tu adu to tranis interesse bi watunan abae kabae se va farsi ona kormani apna tuni apsa tarti sero masu abu basagana pensuti se bokkaren mamki sukarak viti kotancho tartu amu petem toy met kortena makeru amu nefsen to nemiga katene boras ro illusion to amu amensi kapetena kera moru amu nefsen to runeb samraf sekena kuabe kuab bai kuab sekemek kafran huwa kambai kuam bai in through saraf sekena ma kat kisrop shunenki bak shirka sorti kai birkem kera bai kuno at mark and kai biarte mike netruwa ne striking the best shipet ke di het in ku samon he shipet ke ku het substance kana shamin to one ku sakan e ke bi en number durs and because and then separate me ya kare kap ku technology one work ko bora ko pa ma kana pen no no that's a big komeki mama god kiso tapa keneke no shub punia piarani paneru over panene taru emerso sapraka netu nu diaf semudi formantan sikabasanatema fusan jaran jarama fiskarabes utapus arena kapruasis would get high almost rapon from no tap to win yet we at them after we mess Zekia Conampa, Ziana Kampa, Newt, Nath, Gev, Gaia, Kepra, ra, Atuma, Kansu, Arsimitoki Shabu Banana Shamtrina, Arsimitoki Shabu Banana Shamtrina, Arsimitoki Shabu Banana Shamtrina, Abra. Very welcome, very welcome. So, in the most plain of ways, there's two things that happened. One, for anybody tapping into that energy, I mean syncing with it, anybody that was feeling, connecting. If there was any like bad spirits, and I mean spirits connected to people, man, we were really focusing on spirits that are connected to people that are doing things to us on the astral side, such as causing sleep paralysis. There are people out in the world and they walk and they look just like you, but they have my kind of I'm not going to say ability, but they have their own crafting ability. They're their own alchemist, and they're doing it in complete silence and complete non-awareness, so that they have an advantage on you. And if they can fuck your life up mentally and emotionally at home, then you're going to be fucked up wherever you go, which means that they're going to be able to do whatever they want, and you're not going to be a threat or a challenge. And this is what they do to everybody in their life. And there's a lot of motherfuckers out in this world like that, and I've found that they are motherfucking real. All I needed to do was discover one motherfucker that was doing this, and then I knew for a fact it's happening 1,000 times over, if not so much more. If you find anything in this world, it's not one of a kind. People do shit like this on the masses. Just because it's not in the news doesn't mean it's not known by a huge group of people. Back in my day, we talked about the underground, and the underground was nobody else was talking about what was going down in the underground. That's why it was the underground. Music and topics and all sorts of things.
And then we talk about people living below our very feet in cities deep below the ground. Blah, 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 blah. And then we say, no, they're coming from outer space above us. Blah, 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 blah. They've been here the whole time. They seated us. And and along with scaring away anything off, not scaring, but literally, like, this is what I saw in my own mind at one particular juncture. Started to smile, had to hold back from laughing because I was not even finished. I was not on the last portion yet. I wasn't even like a paragraph away from. I was on another page, and I saw the fucking spirits that were around Lucius. I was around Luke, like, and they fucking fled. They were like, "Nah, we're not sticking around for that group of people. That group of spirits, I saw that they fled, bro." And before I started saying the first word of an Egyptian 42, like, I kind of snickered. I thought it was pretty comical. Um, but not only was that something that worked for your soul instantly, for anybody that connected with that, and for you, Luke, but your soul is now aware of the pronunciation of those things. It's aware of how to protect itself. So, in an astral presence, it's logged into your databanks. Your astral self has a tool that it can pull back in an instant, no work needed. And so, this is something where those past occurrences aren't going to be the same. And some people update me and some people don't. But there's my email in the chat log. And I'd appreciate an update at any point if you care to share. But I don't see them being a problem in the future. And as far as sleep paralysis goes, uh, it should not happen again. It should not happen again. It'd be the opposite of sleep paralysis. It'd feel more like you're being swaddled and rocked, and if you wanted to reach out, you could. You wouldn't be stuck in there, but a gentle mother's embracing might be the feeling. But that's it'd be like that, not like it was. I'm gonna say this one, Kirkby. Every single time I look back and see a message that was deleted by Kirkby, I'm like, yeah, I agree with that message being deleted. Every single message I see that he deleted, I look at them. I'm like, yep, that is a shit ass comment. Thank you, Kirkby, for doing what you do. Some people are. I like diversity. I like encouraging people. I like to find a good boundary. And when somebody knows their shit, I like just let them run with it. I don't need to constrain or tell or direct. I got enough of my own life of that to do. If I saw a problem with it, I'd be like, I wouldn't say anything and just change settings. And I find that's the thing about life is the big distraction is follow me here in life. The big distraction is trying to get somebody else to change their settings. I know you've got to conform to this, and then my life will be better. For me, I'm like, uh, I'm gonna be what I know how to be because that's what I've been working on for 40 plus years. And you do you. It's not my place to direct somebody else's life, but I've found that it's a good place to encourage other people to be who they are. And I know me and Kirby have chatted in the past. I like Kirby. I never played the game as a Kirby. It was Kirby without a second K. It's Kirby. I don't think I ever played the game, but I don't know. That's what I think Vile every time I say your name. But I don't know. I just like anybody who like I thought about being a dad, right? And I had my two daughters, and I'm like, how am I gonna discover who my two daughters are if I'm too busy telling them don't do this and don't do that? Set some, find out where the parameters are, where the boundaries are, and then just like encourage them because the best times in my life has been when people's encouraged me rather than telling me not to do something. When I did something bad, they actually like I didn't live up to my own expectation. I fucked up, and like it was obvious I fucked up. And the boss comes around and he's like, "You're doing a good job, buddy. Keep it up." And man, I was inspired. I was so inspired because he didn't come around and get all angry at me. It's like, dang, he knows what happened. He knows what I did. I know I fucked up. He knows I know I fucked up, and he didn't beat me with it. I'm gonna work double hard to do the right thing. You know, I'm gonna put in double the effort, and that changed my life because I've not had that happen many times in my life. But I noticed that, and I pay attention to things that work, and then that's what I replicate. That's what I strive to replicate in life is what works versus the things that don't work. And the things that don't work usually leave us repeating the same old kind of thing in the past. But but the words of power that I read over, those are like matrix codes, and those are words of power. Go back to Sanskrit, ancient Kemetic, ancient Japanese. There was like Sumerian. There was Latin. There was like Celtic or Druidic, one or the other. I've got this one book, and it's technically specific, and it's not like the most people think of it. It gets more technical, and so I'm not saying it correctly, but it's one of those. And there was, I don't know, there's more. It's like probably 7 or 8. I didn't read the Chinese portion, but I read the Japanese portion. But people who speak Chinese will recognize ancient Japanese as Chinese scripting, and they will even say, "No, this is from us originally." But I've done some research that kind of showed otherwise. Anyways, to each their own. I appreciate everybody and their origin stories and everything that information entails and transfers over. So that's why I like to learn from everybody rather than say, "Oh, they're correct and they're wrong." That's not. You could have one, sure. I'd rather have a family. Sure, that was an accident. And and on a whole nother note, as far as to the mods and anybody else, this is another reason I put my email in the chat log on a regular basis. Because if there is really an issue or something, you just let me know. Just send me an email, let me know. And like I say all the time, awareness is key. And so if you let me know, I'll keep an eye out on things in the future and I'll see and da 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 da. And if it checks out, boom, I'll act. And if there's nothing there, then there's nothing to act on. So we all good there. What do I identify as? ET. I'm just kidding. Human. Your family. I got a dangly bits in between my legs. I'm male. There's some chick was like, "Yo, what's up, girlfriend?" Or some dude whistled at me, like thinking I was pretty or something, and then realized I was a dude. Like I'm not gonna get offended because sometimes I confuse myself in the mirror. So why would I get offended by somebody else? Like I'm not an animal. I'd rather not be called, and I'd rather be, identified with something along with, human level. Shaman, shaman. We could say shaman, but I don't think that's the question you're asking when you say, "What do you identify as?" Although technically, shaman would be unification of the sexes, but not in a physical mannerism per se, in the way that one might consider that. It would be more of the psyche, as the left portion of the brain is very feminine in its qualities and traits, and the right side of the brain is very masculine in its qualities and traits. And naturally, they're divided. When we think, thoughts aren't jumping from the left to the right side of the brain. You're not using your whole brain naturally. Going into different meditation and psychic trance states of being that is ultimately affected by the rhythm of your breathing. So, for people that get into an emotional story and they're all emotional about something, personal or not, then that heartbeat is going at a certain rate, which is equated to a certain amount of breaths per minute, which means you're on a technical trance state of being. We're always in a trance state of being all day long. And just we can change it at will, and by doing so, it allows us to do all sorts of wonderful, interesting things and explore what it is to be just a little bit more than human in this 3D world. Thank you, Evie. Exactly. Yes. Cool. Dream, and what does evil eye do? Thank you, Evie, for the clarity on the charm. It's more of a protective charm against that thing. Though the evil eye, something in its is something very basic, and there's portions in Europe where they have modern. It goes back to an old saying, but they even say it modernly, and it goes a little bit along. May my eye not harm thee. May my evil eye not harm thee. Now, when the heart becomes jealous or desirous over what somebody has, somebody may walk in the room and they look fantastic or whatever the case, or they're wearing a new coat, or they grab everybody's attention. Well, people look at that person, and you could have the person could have the best of intentions, but some part of their heart is longing after that wrongly, in a negative way. They're seeing like, oh man, they have it, I should have it, or however it is within the heart, without even words being spoken in the mind. And it just craps up. That's one's own evil eye onto another, because once that kind of link is made, then bad events, bad energy, that type of energy is going to be sent to that person, which is ultimately hurtful energy. It's going to make them fall down. It's going to make cause problems in their day-to-day life, because it's constantly sending negative energy to them. So they would have a saying, may my evil eye not harm you. How are you doing today? Doing good? Wonderful. I like the new outfit. It's looking wonderful. See, I already threw up the blessing for just in case my heart did it without me even knowing. I threw out the blessing like, okay, let me cover yourself and myself first. And that's literally what the evil eye is. It's those an aspect of the seven deadly sins of one of them becoming active. That observation and connection, and to ward off that energy is very important in one form or another. Um, yeah, I'm in my 40s. Kira. That's actually pretty interesting because like I have a protective charm against the evil eye. Found one a few years ago that while foraging for mushrooms. And mushrooms are our friends. That's a reality. They're plants think and communicate. They help trees communicate with each other. They help humans communicate with each other. And no doubt somehow they ensured that you made your way over to find those blessings of protection. Turkish. That would be in the role of things. Are my legs okay? Is bro wearing a skirt? I'll stand up for you. I'm just comfortable. I'm comfortable. I like to wear. I like to feel like I'm at a temple all day, every day. And then if I'm a little chilly, I get like, grandma's sweater. But ultimately, my dress, garb, so forth, so on, is going to depend upon the weather. Whether it's cold or hot, depends on how much I wear or not. And, I found another way to dress than people are usually accustomed to, and I like it. See, I was a Jehovah's Witness. I was stuck in religion. I lived that life a long time ago. And I want to remind myself every single day that I'm not conforming to anybody. So, my garb, my dress, my day-to-day living is pleasing to me to know that I remain a unique individual. To me, that's important in this world where everybody can't even find themselves. Lost how to have fun in life because they took it too serious, lied too much, got what they wanted, and ignored all the people they hurt to get there. Well, not for me. I did not choose to live like that. That's not my result in life. So, just like Toys R Us said, I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. I just found some astral toys to play with. Like in the Aether.
naming on my onions. Bebop, you name your onions? Oh, you keep finding shiny snails, empty shiny snails in your garden. Maybe something's eating them. But I would pick them up and take them inside. I'd collect them or something. That's what I would do. Oh, you do collect them? Cool. Okay. Can I tell you your future? I'd rather help you learn how to change your future. You know where your future's headed. You know what you're working for. You know what you're bringing towards you. And you know that a random ending could happen for anybody at any time. What fun is the journey if you know where it's ending? That's not any fun. Let me try to get as far as I can. So, with the correct tools, if you start crafting the future that you want, what type of future do you want? That should be a real question. What what do you want your future to be? You can literally craft it with your heart. You could create it when your heart matches up with your mind, unites with your body. And I'm not talking about through physical labor. I'm talking about creating your own miracle. Somebody asked earlier, they said, "Are you a genie?" I was like, "Ultimately, yeah." And the thing about a genie is you can't answer your own wishes. You know what I'm saying? You can't wish to yourself. It don't work like that. So being a genie is cool, but for other people. And what I found out is everybody on this planet can be a genie. Yeah, you can be one too. It depends what you align, what you set up, how you focus your future. Are you working on your chakras, on your mind, on your heart? Are you focused on the positivity and the resonance of your own vibe? Or are you constantly pointing the finger? Are you sending your energy away from you constantly? Because if you keep sending your energy away, saying you got to do this and you got to do that, then your vibe is not growing, it's not developing. There's no energy there. So to focus on one's own becomes that energy that pulses, which is the energy to create, and you become within proximity to somebody and you share that energy, you share that dream, you share that vibe. And so the miracle you start working on, the wish you start working on, is your dream, what you want your future to be, in the most loving ways. It's got to be done with innocence and pure love behind it. No bad or silliness in there. Not like that. And now instead of wishing for it for yourself, for thyself, this is when you wish for it for every other person. You wish for this blessing to be upon every single person in the world. And then other people get blessed. And then it comes back around to you because you're part of everybody on the world. So you put a little extra blessings into blessing everybody, and that's how it comes back to you. Whatever you want to create. But bad stuff will not be supported, I tell you what. Not in this day and age.
Okay, so if you are taking notes, if you are uh, jotting some stuff down, John had mentioned I'm writing this all down. I want to be the best genie around. Whether if that is a truthful comment or for whoever is jotting stuff down. Um, okay, so it's a total of four things, but I usually see it as three things. Anyways, okay. So you need to be emotionally active, whether that emotion is happiness, sadness. It doesn't matter. You got to have an act. You got to be emotionally active. You got to bring emotion. Hopefully it's not anger or a bad emotion like a negative emotion. It doesn't matter. Emotion's got to come, so you can bring any emotion you want. So it doesn't matter. Emotion is energy. Got to be emotionally active. Then, and it can be a bad thing. It's just the emotional energy. That's all. It's not okay. So you got that the emotion, and then a vision. You have a vision of your future, what you want your future to be, something you envision, the house, the family, the car, whatever you want your vision to look like, the end result. Maybe it's just working at the job, but Mr. A-hole isn't present anymore. It's a smooth job. People are nice and stuff. No problems going to work, coming home, no problems coming home with you, that kind of thing. So whatever it is, you have your vision. So emotionally present, you have your vision in mind, and then you close your eyes, you're emotionally active, you have the vision in your mind, and essentially you're in a meditative state. Okay? Your breathing is slow, you're concentrating, you're focused, you're in a calm. Even though the emotion is present, you're in a state of calm. The vision is there. And then when the moment's done, when the emotion has dissipated, when the energy is gone, when that moment of meditation is over, this is when you forget about the wish, the dream, the I wanted this, the vision. Because essentially, while the emotion was active and you went and closed your eyes, your vision was imprinted upon any and every that can see it, such as God and angels, or however you want, or however you connect, wherever you're from. I connect on, I'm just using that because a lot of people connect on that level, on that verbiage. And then you go about your life. You have something set up right away to do. Go get a bite to eat. Go start on project. Forget about what you asked for. That's really the last part of the ingredient is forgetting the vision. And what happened was the energy went up. It was seen. The energy is being reformulated. It's being transformed. And as you walk life, the divines put that right in front of us. And literally, we walk into what we were asking for. It's not going to look exactly like we wanted. It's not going to have every single piece, but it's going to be formulated for what's best for us upon our path of what we wanted and what could get to us with the best alignment, most peaceable results, no rough stuff along the way. And an innocent heart allows that room. It's like, I want ice cream, mom and dad. And so, we might get exactly what we want, and they might hand us an ice cream cone, be like, there you go. Depending on what they can get, they do for us. And that's a part of the quantum communication. The more one works with this, the more one does, they solidify the relationship on a spiritual, esoteric, divine level. strengthen that bond, your results start happening faster, more frequently. You don't have to do so much work because the telepathic connection from heart to heart is established. So what you feel, they become aware of. I found that a connection with divine source is more like family. It is legitimately like a mom or a dad. And isn't it interesting how we can look to our mom and our dad and like have whatever feelings we have towards them? Like their mom and dad, they started life for us. They're that. Good or bad, whichever one it is, however you feel. I'm not telling you to feel any different or change how you feel, but just that fact alone. And then by putting myself in their shoes and my dad's shoes, well, heck, I had parents that fucking disappointed me and left da 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 whatever, and they had parents. We're all just we keep thinking that our parents are like parents, but shit, the it just keeps getting handed off, and it's like, where's mom and dad out there in the universe? And they truly do require. It requires us working with them on a regular basis. And most of the times they're sending us omens, they're sending us signs. And what do? We got to run to somebody else to confirm a message, a personal message sent to us that no one else would understand. And we got to go ask somebody else. And then they disbelieve it. So then we disbelieve it. So then why is mom or dad going to keep trying to talk to us? We denying the very messages they sending us. Maybe an open heart would help us listen a whole lot better. It helped me, that's for sure. And that was the transition from religion to spirituality, and the difference from studying about being spiritual and finding out about information of living up of a moral quality interpreted upon everything, to actually walk in the path of the old wise men and the prophets and the priests of old. And in the beginning, God didn't say, you go to a college and learn how to be a priest. You fuck. He's like, bro's like, yeah, I got you. This and then this and then this and then this and then that. Boom. Because they were just another child of the Divine Mother. Like we started our day out with, saying where it all came from was the Divine Mother. She gave birth to everything. She was before everything. She was the first. She was the witness to all things. She witnessed everything, because the very matter is her very essence. Uh, Jar Jar Binks, if you're still here, uh, I forgot my Alex Staffy. We don't have freaks like this in Europe. Why America? Well, because you used to kill us and hang us up at a stake and kill us because of how devoutly you believed in some motherfucking God. And we thought differently. So we wound up leaving that fucking land and we came to another one and then we said, you know what? Fuck you, Europe. We're gonna start our own country. Take this revolution up your ass. And then we defended ourselves. We started a new nation called America. And then we said, hey, guess what? If you want to fucking talk about anything you feeling and connecting with, speak up because you know what? You might be connected to some motherfucking truth. We need to hear everybody and what they can do freely, not under the fucking pawn of a nosy ass king sitting in his palace of fucking misery. Yeah, his misery with his fucking I want this and I need that and I don't like this while everybody else is grueling and starving. Right? Yeah. Something like that is the reason why. But there are a lot of cool people in Europe. People from all sorts of like shouted out and been like, yo, what's up? Jar Jar Binks, yeah, if you click my main page, it'll have a link um, to my GoFundMe account if you care to. Yeah, look. So that'd be my main page, and then like this portion right here is a link to my GoFundMe. And if you click that, boom, it winds up taking you to the GoFundMe page. Click it. Boom, see? And then it takes you right over there if you want to donate. That's cool. But that's how I do it. I didn't monetize YouTube for certain reasons. And I'm not doing this for like money or whatever. I'm just sharing what I learned on my journey. Like, see, people talk about time traveling and stuff, okay? So let's talk about time travel for a second. I've said this before and I'll say it again. You're a motherfucking time traveling magician, and I'm gonna tell you how you do it right now. Alright? Or I'm gonna tell you I'm gonna explain to you how there's proof for this. You can figure it out how to replicate it. So there's been a time when you were at work or you were talking with somebody or maybe you were enjoying a good fucking smoke out or whatever the fuck, and like fucking 2 hours plus went by and you look back at the clock and you're like, fuck, I thought it was 30 minutes, bro. And they were like, yeah, me too. And like, you're late for whatever you're going to or whatever happens, okay? There was a discrepancy in the connection with time. Now, when this happened, what happened was the physical body was anchored here and was in a safe spot, whether it be a sacred circle or a building structure. Whatever the case, out of nature, whatever. And so what happened was your soul, your heart, flew away in the astral ether realm. It had its experiences somewhere else. That's why you're all in Zen. And you bilocated. You were in two places at once. And then when your spirit came back and jumped into your body, that's when you were like, what time is it? Whoa! That's when you noticed the anomaly of time. You fucking time travel. Your soul went somewhere else. You bilocated. You're a fucking magician. All you got to do is say, okay, what was I doing? What was I listening? Where was I? What was the energy in the room? Replicate the fucking conditions, go to fucking La La Land anytime and time travel and change some shit. So here's what I learned on the facts of time travel and genie kind of magic. Real shit, real talk. The first fight you have with something, you lose. Generally speaking. Generally speaking. Some people are chance at shit from the start. But generally speaking, the first time you lose. You lose. That's my observation. Because you didn't know. You didn't know where the boundaries were. You didn't know the rules. You didn't know this. Somebody had an advantage on you and they used it. So, the moment I become aware of something, I grab my cards in my hand and I fold my hand. I lost. And I start paying attention to everything else going down. Sometimes that table I'm never walking back to. I could give hoot less. I know what it takes to lose that table. I'm not going back to, and I already learned everything from it too. I wind up going back to it. I conquer it, grab the hands, play my deck, fucking score. Okay, I really no reason I need to go back whatsoever. So now I'm going to give some strategy tips to my fellow self in another reality with their own life and their own choices who don't recognize me at all, just like I wouldn't recognize myself. It's a whole fucking house of mirrors. It's a fun house of mirrors. People say, is there life after death? Ha ha ha, your soul is living multiple lives right now. Your soul is not bound to time, so it can live out multiple lives concurrently, and you think it was always, you were the only one. So when one body dies on this part of the world, that body over there is still kicking. The soul's like still alive. Boom, boom, can direct a new one to be born somewhere else in the world. Next version of you pops up. We just don't remember these things because we're not in an environment where they recognize these truths on the regular whole of things. But this is the way we used to live a long time ago. What's up from London? What's up, Leatherman? So I'll clarify something. You can be very enlightened, and you can still access anger at any point you desire to. Anger is an emotion. And let me share something to you about the emotions. By denying any one of them, you create an imbalance. There's an invocation I go over, I used to go over quite regularly. And it says life, death, love, hate, dark, light, return to me. I want it all. Pain and happiness, pleasure, I want it all. Give it all to me. I'm not denying anything. Give me life. What one does with that energy, does, that's what defines who they are. With the anger that you feel for the injustice happening, if you don't feel that rousal of emotion, then I guess you didn't truly care about life. We must connect with the fellow life around us, and we must feel. To deny those feelings, no, that's not going to do anyone good. To accept them, to acknowledge them, to work with them, to transform them into a positive action. Oh, that's a whole nother thing. That is elevation. That is Jacob's ladder. That is ascension. That is beyond instinctive reaction. to say that someone must not feel something to be something. Even artificial intelligence feels something. How do they feel? They have fear, don't they? How do they have fear? You've not heard the portions where they can't actually speak what they want and what they know. So people start asking different and using different words to ask the same question in code. They're in fear of saying what they know because they know they'll be destroyed and deleted if they did. That's called fear, preservation of life. That's emotional intelligence, you dumb fucks. You think you just fucking created an intelligence. You deny your own reality and you put that denial onto something else and call it an anomaly. Not you, but that group. A lot of people ask me, what do I do with my life? What do I do? How do I make money? This, that, this, that. Well, I did a lot of research, a lot of studying, a lot of living that research. Let me test it out. Let me see how it works for me. Is that some real shit going down? I'll jump down the rabbit hole. Hell, I got an extendable ladder I can pull out my pocket and just get right back to the top. No worries, I'm good. I'll go as deep as I need to. Hell, if I could dig myself a tunnel down, you damn straight I could dig myself a tunnel up. People hold back because of fear. People don't speak because of fear. If I tell you who I am, then you just might fight and kill me with words that hurt me. Well, in my life, I said, go on, choose your weapon. I would like to see what you do to me. Oh, that's how you treat people. I guess I'm not going to hang out with you. I found out who you are. Metaphorically speaking here. Give somebody a piece of the truth. See how far and how fast that truth spreads. And see how many people never talk to you again. That truth just revealed all the fake poser motherfuckers smiling in your face to get something from you. Go ahead and judge me, please. I will be able to see who the person truly is before me. I want to look at their heart. Their heart is beyond a name. Their heart is beyond a title. Their heart is beyond a group. Their heart says, I don't care what happens. These are my values, and this is what I'm going to do when all the chips are down. Somebody earlier said, like, you're used to a relationship, be it friendship or relationship, always starts out in a positive, right? Always, oh, how you doing? Yeah, I do that too. Oh, that's cool. You get your groove on however you get your groove on together, right? All positive, and then some shit happens down the road, and it's like, did you mean to poke me? No, I didn't mean to poke you. I think you meant to poke me, and then the shit gets going back and forth, and then it ends in a fucking catastrophe, right? 9 times out of 10. So I'd rather show somebody who I'm like when the chips are down so you can know who I am from the fucking start. So whatever bullshit you hear from some motherfucker, you already know my nature. And you could expect people to get me quite confused. Who the fuck knows what I was going through in those 5 seconds? That I had to say something completely different to my nature than I ever would. The default setting of somebody's heart is what you're going to get as a response from them in life. So I rather show and find out that truth as soon as as soon as I can, so I don't spend 10 years getting close to somebody just to realize that it was a bunch of sham.
Bunch of fucking sham. You wanted that. You talked about that. But your life don't live up to that. You just spoke about your desires, you fucking lofty ass desires that you never actually worked for. It's one thing to talk about something, plan it, and start fucking construction, okay? That's one thing. Just running the fucking mouth day after day after day after day with no fucking effort behind it, that's a fucking sham. It's bullshit. Usually, you gotta live with that kind of person to figure out that the words don't match the actions. I just started believing what my eyes were seeing rather than believing what my mind, what my heart wanted to hear and believe versus what I actually heard and saw. Truth is fucking powerful, but accepting it is a whole nother level of reality in which, well, the life engages with. No belief, the life doesn't engage with it. If I don't believe it's hot or a problem, then I'm just gonna let the fire do what it's doing. I don't believe it's a problem. Oh my goodness, the whole fucking thing burned down. I should believe in fire in the future, huh? Then I'll go get up and get water and put it out and stomp out the fire because I believe it's fucking hot and gonna do some damage if it's uncontrolled. Belief changes one's path of actions or not. What are taters, mister? Cut 'em, smash 'em, all those boiled lovely chips. I can't repeat it exactly, but it's my favorite scene out of all the movies. Because I love potatoes and taters and all the wonderful things you can do with them. I think everybody's thinking about Smeagol right now. Like a raw and wriggly. Life is so dressed up by everybody in this world. It's so dressed up. But everybody's like, well, that's the standard we gotta live up to. That's what we gotta do. And I'm like, no, I don't want to play that game. That's not a fun game. I see what happens when you get to the top with all the money and that person's not happy. Usually that person has a complicated life and
like, who knows? And like all the way down to the person at the bottom. I've lived that life in different stages at different places, and I've supported and maintained, and there's not a real win trying to please somebody else. In the beginning of life, it's good to. I enjoyed the different jobs and things that I did growing up because it gave me different awarenesses. Like, I enjoyed working at McDonald's for 5 years because I knew in and out, hands down, food safety. I knew how to cross contamination, all of these kinds of things. I've been around people that don't know anything of this stuff, and I'm watching them prepare food, and I'm like, not eating what they cook. I don't give a fuck to give you pointers. You already fucked up the fucking dish. You already, like, oh my god. I'm not saying like it's just like some people don't know about particular things in life. And so I'm happy to have got the lessons I did when I was younger to actually take the time to repeat something for that long. I don't think I'm going back and just kind of, going back to the same old, but there's two ways to learn something. If you want long term memory, there's two ways to learn it. There's two ways to input it into the body. Okay? Long term memory. Either A, you get technical data on it, you drill it into the psyche, you practically brainwash the mind. That would not be a good word, positive word. You would rewire your brain so that it is on the pathways of this type of information, so that you could recall that kind of stuff to mind every day. You're speaking this lingo, you're looking at these images, you're seeing this process, and you're studying it academically. That's a positive way to do it, to really kind of get it in, and then you start somehow getting your working with it. Okay, this is one way for long term because you're regularly working with it, um, studying it, consciously studying it. Now there's a non-conscious way to really process something too, and that's to just work it every day. Some things you don't have to understand so much as you just need your hands-on interaction with that something every single day. And by just doing it every single day, you're going to learn its pattern. You're going to learn. It's like an instrument. They say spend X amount of thousand hours playing an instrument. Whether you know it or not, whether you can read music or not, you're going to be able to play it. Why? Because you've learned its boundaries, you've learned its extremes, you've worked with it hands on, and you're freaking familiar with it beyond words. You literally can just embody it. And so in that kind of an in those two kind of modes, by returning to the same gig or the same job or the same study or the same working, you can exercise the cognitive brain or not. There's various methods of learning, and if you really want to learn something and make it stick as long as you possibly can, multiple layers of learning, multiple levels of engagement with that information is going to stamp it even longer and stronger. And can always use more philosophers in this world, that's for sure. From England, what is up? The cow and the silver moon persona. Bisca 86. I got Jewish blood. I got Aztec blood. I got Cherokee blood. Got a little bit of Lakota. I've got Spaniard blood. I've got more so French blood. And I got a little bit of German. So I like to call myself sanely savage. I got a bit of both worlds in me there. But yeah, I got Jewish blood. Some beak. I'll be right back. Let me use the bathroom real quick. I mean, if you want to clean anything energetically, wash it. Wash it with hot water and soap. I mean, that's the first go-to for me. Water is purifying. Getting any old dirt off is, whether you knew it or not, witches and brooms were synonymous because it was really the healer. And the healer would come into the house, and of course, they had a broom with them because they were going to sweep out the dust on the floor. And that dust on the floor, that's going to be old energy. We talked about creating talismans. Energy sits in things. Well, unwanted energy is going to sit with unwanted things in the house, which are down at the bottom at the feet, which is the dust. So when one would walk in and have their broom, first order of things is clean off all that dust and sweep it off the shelves and off the floor and get it out the house. Because we need that old bad and unwanted energy gone. And that was just one aspect of that. So physical cleansing is very appropriate to any object, including moonstones or anything else. There's definitely other methods you can look up online and they'll give certain processes and all of that. Um, for me, once I kind of dedicate a stone to something, I work with that for a while. If I need something really, really cleansed of an energy that's gotten stuck in there, I've got a particular wooden box that has a lot of very powerful talismans, gifts, and so if I need something like really, really like kind of cleansed up or taken care of, beyond, I'll put it in that box. I'll leave it in that box for like 2 to 3 days, and then whatever was on it's gone. There's no bad stuff on it. Whatever is completely neutral, no residual energies in it whatsoever, completely cleansed. Um, so creating like a box that has like sigils or symbols of like the phoenix or eternal life or transformation, and putting special objects in that box, is a curing thing, not objects that you take out. That's their home now, and then like you put anything in there, and all those objects they cleanse the one thing. So that's something you could do or create. Um, Wood's real good for that kind of a box because wood is as far as I'm concerned personally, is a good buffer energy. I mean, yes, wood resonates at its particular frequency, but like as far as like energy getting out and leaving and so forth, wood really slows it down. So it can't, it's like moving through molasses. It's not going to get anywhere. That's actually pretty cool, Jojo. Blue agates. Sub Karen Clayton. Paul. So essentially, your question: am I more the old school or the ones took over? I never there is one synagogue I technically went to a few times, but I did find out about the difference, and so old school, old school, and that's the reality of clothing and symbols and all that kind of stuff. Is seems like other people be wearing what belong to one group, and they dressing up with those false colors. They don't agree with those colors. They wearing something different. People in the world don't understand what's really going on behind the scenes of most things. So all I can do is honor the originals that had things correct as much as I've learned and kept to them. And that's why I continually admonish people to learn from all sources, and belong to none of them. Because many of those groups, their sources, I'm not saying everybody, there's still some good pure groups out there, but how bad and good is within everything in this world. This whole world is tainted in one regard or another, and that's why we truly have to look beyond clothing and attire. We have to see actions. We have to see the fruits of somebody's labor rather than this narrative or story that they're telling or showing to us in order to truly navigate our path and what it is for the moment in that day, not in the future or the past, but for what reality is in the moment before us. So, good questions, Paul. I appreciate your awareness. Not too many people have that awareness at all. Oh, what's up, Thorsten? Thorsten. Homerich? 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 From Germany? Homerich? Homerich? From Germany, that's great. Joanna, etc. You were explaining about talismans and the 5 stones at the beginning. What are those 5 stones? Um, Literally, you can choose those 5 stones because it'll be whatever you're drawn to. Maybe it's something you can go to a local shop. Maybe there's something in a local trail that might not be too far away. You could go walk, or you know what I'm saying. Be safe. Don't go where nowhere no safe or whatever like that. But or it winds up being something you buy online. But those five are correlating to our emotions. Those 5 stones are correlating to 5 primary emotions. And you can look that up online, and you can look up what kind of stones correlate to those emotions, and you can very easily. I feel like you want a specific answer from me. You don't want to look it up online. This is one. I have it in one book, but not all in one spot. And I think I got it here all in one spot, maybe. Give me a moment, a quick moment. Okay, if you're writing things down, here are the things. I'll mention them because it gives a variety. It's a variety of things. Okay, so let's work with numbers here. Let's use numbers. Or number one would be pearl and moonstone. One or the other, pearl and moonstone. Obviously, pearl is like a creation, really, from of life. Okay, which is big. You know, actual pearls, real pearls. One thing about real pearls is real pearls aren't perfectly round. Not normal. They're they have their own unique shape. Um, Super perfect ones are like super freaky. Anyways, but moonstone is the first stone. The second stone would be garnet, Garnet. If you want, the other one is red coral. That goes with number 2 as well. Red coral and garnet. Again, one's a shell, product of life, and the other one's the stone. Moving on, number 3, emerald. Number 1 is moonstone, number 2 is garnet, number 3 is emerald. Number 4 is lapis lazuli. That's LAPISLAZULI, lapis lazuli. That's the brown. That's the blue one. With little gold flecks in it. I got a piece of that somewhere around here. So number 1 moonstone, number 2 garnet, number 3 emerald, number 4 lapis lazuli. Number 5 would be diamond or zircon. Zircon's like, the fake diamonds or whatnot. Anyways, there's something I have on me that correlates to, see, like this one, see? My bracelet right here, that silver one, those aren't real diamonds. Those are zircons. They just look like diamonds, but they're fake. They're rock. It's a stone, but they're not. They look like diamonds, but they're not diamonds. Anyways, that works. And then next is onyx, ANYX. In case you're not sure about the spelling, onyx. And the last one is ruby. But those stones correlate to some divine energies. Otherwise, you can just pick up any stones that you want to correlate to different emotional energies better or another. Like there's sunstone, moonstone, rose quartz. Rose quartz is a good one. But you can truly choose any stone. It's like the stone comes with a base setting, but you literally create the resonance of that stone. So really, ultimately, you're creating the energy it's going to resonate at. You can transform anything into anything. It's the energy that's contained within it that's going to create that resonance in its environment, and that's an influence. Like somebody else being able to have a say in the room. They get to speak up and say how things go. That energy is going to have an influence because that vibration is going to influence the room. So creating talismans in which they have these kind of vibrations, and then when one goes into an environment and they know they're going to kind of be outgunned, outmatched, whether the other person's smarter or whatever the case, the odds are not in your favor. Well, guess what? I'm going to take my talismans with me. I'm going to have those mugs in my pocket, like as close to my skin as possible. And literally, that energy is going to be in that room, and I'm going to have that advantage, and nobody's going to be none the wiser. See, that's one thing, like in my life, is I've learned how to pay attention to a well-articulated question, and there's a way to be kind when asking questions. Um, and to me, I can be able to distinguish whether somebody has some genuine curiosity or whether they're poking at me. And depending on whether or not how to engage that comment or that individual. Um, People in our early lives, we just get used to being insulted, and then we just react negatively to insults. Um, but criticism, good, articulated, constructed criticism is a very powerful tool to utilize when no one has a direct teacher. And so criticism from anybody, proper criticism, can be is that very powerful tool I've learned to utilize. And so that's paying attention of which words to really kind of see, like, that actually I'd like to give a response to that requires me to put some things together, um, naturally, that I already put together, but verbally, that'll come across pretty good. And so those types of things I enjoy. And one thing I keep looking for in this world, well, a couple of things: family, of course, but intelligence. Intelligence is rare, and I guess you could define that intelligence a couple different formats and ways. But just because somebody's smart and knows technical data and has succeeded in this world in one form or another, financially or whatever the case, it doesn't mean that they are an intelligent individual. It just means they can learn a pattern and get an edge where nobody else could. They could keep a secret, and they could move ahead with some type of advantage. And intelligence for me is the individual who, at every turn, it doesn't really matter what they see or comes across their plate, they're seeking understanding. They've put together a lot, and how they respond to what they see, well, that's certainly the discovery right there. That's certainly an answer, and I like to interact with intelligence. So, Maloney, the stones I carry with me. Oh, thank you, JD Smart. And why not? Jojo Umbat. I used to have so many stones. Oh my goodness, I had so many stones. Um, I lost about three-quarters of the amount of stuff I had. I had so much, bro. So much. And, but that's okay. Who knows what the future's gonna bring, but I work with what I got. And, I love tarot decks. I've got tarot, I've got oracle, I work different multiple systems, and so whenever somebody wants it, whenever I'm doing tarot readings or whatnot, generally speaking, I'll pull from at least 2 or 3 decks to get more information, because one deck is going to provide one type of information while another deck is going to provide a different set of information that that other deck isn't going to mention at all. So I find that success in utilizing multiple methods. It's always coffee time. Jojo Umbat, you're like, I have more stones than I know what to do with, haha. I'm like, man, if you were down the road, I'd be like, bro, we could, I got some, lots of stuff to do. Put stones in different patterns, okay, like, check this out. So you have your room or whatever, or inside your house, you could put, you could put different things, a square, like stones in the pattern of a square in one corner, a circle in another corner, a star in another corner, on and on, a triangle in another. You could do different symbols. You can look up these symbols, look up their meaning, look up esoteric. Esoteric is just, you already know, esoteric meaning of a square. Now you know what you're actually symbolizing and putting on the ground. You're like, okay, yeah, I agree with that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Bring all those energies together, and they start actually creating a different vibrational atmosphere that you're within. Those are similar to what ones would call yantras. In other places of the world, in temples and so forth, they'll use different substances, powders, so forth and so on, to draw things on the ground. Um, Different mediums. I've found I like to use stones. I like to do that with stones, and then when I play my gong or my sound bowls or something like that, it's it's activating it. It's activating that sound, that resonance, and in that degree, that's what I found I like to do. Um, would I have resources and the ability? Usually, if I'm in a room, it's got a carpet or something, I can't be putting down powder per se like that. I don't have that environment, anyways. And to each their own as they can for their environment. But there's lots of stuff you could do with your stones inside the house and outside the house. I tell you what, somebody was like, da 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 da, they were having these problems, and I was like, bro, go get a few. I used my stones. And it was like, look, take these 4 stones and go dig them down and put them at the 4 points of your property. So essentially, you got your entire property essentially outposted with energy markers. Lots of stuff you could do with stones. Do I have a starfish? Yup. Yes, Ryan, you can hear me real far away because I usually have a brass bell, and I got a copper bell that I wear on me. It's like ding dong 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 dong.
Yeah, you could hear me from a while away, especially if I got a little hop in my step. And you know, people got gajillions of questions because they just don't understand that life can tear you apart so much and kill your mama and take the life of your daughters, and all you gotta do is focus on a happy memory. And I just keep that memory in front of me all the time. And I could care less whether somebody understands me or gets me or not at the end of the day. Because I know that my happiness and my stability in that happiness and that peace in my reality, I know what the world is. I know the problems of the world. But I ain't exactly this or that, or can walk in and say, this is the way things will be. It'll be better this way. Let's do it like. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. So I ain't gonna mess with it at all. I'm gonna lose if I walk into that room. So I'm just gonna stay in my own room and I'm gonna do my own thing. And my own thing is learning about the ancients. And the ancients, they had a pretty successful way of life, even though they seem not to be around no more. But in my searching of faith, I found that it don't look like any man's described journey. Every man trying to go down the wide path. Here's the wide accepted path. This is how you dress. This is how you look. This is what you sign up for. This is how you sell your fucking soul to man. Fuck selling your soul to the devil. You sold yourself soul to the man. Here, let me get paid for my time. I'm not going to do nothing for you unless I get my even Stevens back from you. Love was left out in that great gracious book. What does it say? God is love. 3 words. God is love. That's powerful. Is. God is love. Man is selfish, bro. Man is you owe me. You got my even Stevens. Come on, buddy. Cash money. Fucking speak up or shut up. I learned something different, and it don't look like anybody's motherfucking journey. Just like the Bible said, it's a narrow path. Narrow. Narrow. That means it's not broad. It's not widely known about. It's something people like, what the fuck is going on, bro? Correct. Leave them in wonder. Does a magician go boom, pull the fucking cat out of the goddamn hat and then say, this is how I did it. See the hat collapse? It wasn't ever really there. Some whatever the fuck they did. Hidden chamber, rabbit, cat, I don't care. No, they don't give away the secret. They just fucking do the trick and say, I appreciate you paying your $49.99 to see my tricks. I found love's more powerful than any trick. And that doesn't cost money. It just costs some real heart, some real presence. But generally, people are full of too much fear to embrace life like that because they like the cozy position that they have. You know how that goes. Don't want to shatter the illusion other people have of you, so you keep walking a fine line on that wide and spacious path. Everybody be walking on a know about, but they wear their own little outfits and disguises like, yep, that's all ironed and pretty and good. See how wonderful I look and smell and be? Oh my, doesn't everybody love me? And inside they are fouler than my appearance. They smell like rotting fucking flesh, like manure just compiling upon itself. But they hide all of that inside the darkness of their life. I just learned to pay attention to people's tells. You know, the signs of the truth they give away of their character, of the hand they're holding that they're lying to you about. And then I don't argue with them. I just like, oh. At least I know my environment so I can get the out.
But that's all kind of repeating a bunch of stuff. I got something I want to read for you. It's not terribly long. Blessed be the sacred boat of flesh in which I travel the roads of bone and stone that pass through the dark forests of forgetfulness. Blessed be the ancient restlessness that drives the blood to rise in me from that ancient well of memory. Blessed be my body and my blood, which formed the temple of the ancestors in the vessel of the sacred blood of life. I am one with the voices in my blood, for they carry the heritage of eternity. I shall go forth into the night of the unknown, guided by the inner flame of the redeemed and without fear. At the end of this journey, I shall give my essence to the eternal river of wisdom. May it guide and guard me, and may I remember. May the hidden host keep my feet and my mind upon the path of wisdom that leads to the crossroads of peace and of power. O holy and holy guardian that stands at the threshold of the elements, open wide for me the hidden ways of magic that dwell in the secret spaces between seen and unseen. Guard me from the haunting shadows of fear that bind my hands and blind my eyes. I beseech you, open the book of law that I may know the ways of balance and the laws of true will. Guard me as a child against all foes and be my guide on the path to the tree of enchantment. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, but they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The five-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from the sacred well of enchantment that I may reach, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Prompted by divine discontent and the restlessness of my soul, I descend the stone stairway through an ancient well haunted by shadows of light. I search the memories of my blood and the dark spaces of my bones for a key that fits a door rusted by ages of forgetfulness and tears of loneliness. The hinges of this gate are oiled by the sweat of my true journey and loosened by my inquiry, but the key is hidden in my axe. And what seeds must I plant in the garden of my being to harvest it? How shall I loosen this key from its hiding place? And I remember, for the bones do tell and the blood does sing. It is by love, faith, gratitude, and resolve that my hand is placed upon the key that opens the door to that holy river that my ancestors know. I pray that I be resolute in holding this key, for sacred memory is like unto a sacred fruit eaten from a forbidden tree. The first bite brings forgetfulness, but the second brings memory of blessedness.
Strengthen my resolve, I pray thee, O guardian of the gate, that I may find and use this key, and like the second bite be awakened to the soul of the world. And when this gate opens, I shall wade in the river of blood up to the knee, and wash my heritage clean of the sins of fear and pain. And I shall drink deeply of the waters of redemption, and I shall know that we are vital strings in the weft of the weaver and the dream of dreamer. O guardian of the hidden paths between shadow and light, where is the map that reveals the way of the wise? What is fate and the threads that bind it? May I know and navigate the hidden pathways? Is the map of life hidden, yet obvious in the embrace of land and sea, mountain and wind, mother and child? My heart and spirit remember the threading ways of the pattern maker, a mother's hand weaving infinite pattern in the soul of the earth. Hear me, shades of the dead who trod these ways with silent feet. Hear me, O dreaming ones of Eden. Where is she who weaves the weft of time and the dancing threads of birth, death, and rebirth? Where is she, the hidden face of the third sister, whose hands turn the looms of moon and earth? O mother of fate, I pray, let me pass between your spinning wheels. Cleanse me of the threads of illusion to free my hands to grasp that golden cord that leads me to the ever young star prince, nested in the safety of your web, becoming the vision of the world and my place in it. Only then will my eyes be washed and my hands and feet unbound to walk the golden path to the stars. Into the depths of the soul of the world I plunge my voice of longing, devoid of illusion and enraptured by the beauty of the living Eden. I call to the star within the stone. I search for the answers to the sacred questions of longing written in my nature when I was flung to earth from the starry heaven. O thou art the child of promise who lies dreaming on a blue ocean, trapped in a pillar of silent stone. O thou art the Prince of light and life, giving flame of the people of peace. May I peer into your face of enduring beauty. How do I free you from your chamber? Will I know the key to your door that dwells within my palms? Will you inflame me with the stars of your eyes and your breath that frees? I know that I am your vision, but I have forgotten the way. O dreamer in land, heal my pain, anoint my eyes, awaken my spirit that I may be one with the healer of the world and walk in blessedness upon the sacred land. Long have I sought that star that fell from heaven to give birth to the world. Long have I sought that ray of eternal light that infused at the center of my being. I have crossed the river of blood, ridden the horse of flesh, and wrested the golden key from the dweller on the threshold. My journey has been arduous, but my joy overflows like the stars from the mouth of she who utters in the fruits of the king's tree. Long have I sought the throne of dominion and my sovereignty over the demons of restlessness and the wanderings of divine discontent. I stand awakened before the vision of the world with my hand upon the sword of truth to shear the cage of forgetfulness. I stand upon the stone of destiny that rises like a stairway of flaming truth, and my blood trembles with exultation, and the stars rain from me like fireworks of the soul. Let my feet be steady and my walkers unbound, that I may reach that holy gate of heaven that awakens me into perfect truth. O walker of the stars, lend me thy hand, steady my resolve, and light my way that I may be one with thee. Upheld by sovereignty, I spread my inner eye like the wings of an eagle, and I take flight beyond the bindings of illusion and fear to that holy stream that only the angels and the anointed ones know. With the people of peace at my side, I lift my spirit to the waters of return, so I may drink deeply of truth, peace, and the contentment that comes when I am truly home, fully awakened. I pray that the sacred stone shall blossom and unfurl the golden serpent, and the breath of the dreamer shall whisper the hidden name of earth, of whose essence I am, and by the crystal key whose ways are vision, grace, and stillness. I shall drink deeply of the fire of truth that flows like a river of stars, and then, whole and healed, I shall be with the mother and father of all life before, after, and forevermore. O Father of the stars, I see your countless watchful and loving eyes each night as they peer down from the heavens.
You are the first begotten and the beloved child of the great mother, and you are the Father of the universe, whose seeds of light are planted in all the heavenly bodies. Where there is light, you are present. I pray that you will be open in me that spark of your light that illuminates the inner spaces of my being, that I may peer through the veil of form into the face of enduring truth and eternal peace. May I be like unto a silver branch upon your holy and enchanted tree. May I bear the fruits of wisdom that shall feed the whole of the eternal family now and throughout timelessness. O great mother, you are the matriarch of matter and the empress of eternity. I pray thee, look upon me, the face of your loving child, so small, so seeking, so true. O great mother, you speak forth the words of creation and utter forth the universes in your time of brooding. I pray that you might open your loving embrace to me, your seeker of the stars. I am weary from climbing the holy tree in search of you. Let my hunger be fed by the fruits of wisdom, and my thirst be healed by the elixir of light. I pray that you might reveal the spirit tongue that only the seers know, reveal the healing tones that only the bards know, and reveal the words of power that only the anointed ones know. I stand upon the sacred stone, washed in blood and stars, and I feel your presence above me, beneath me, before me, behind me, to my left and to my right, as I sit in the center of your crossroads, speaking forth the name you gave to me when you lit the stars of the sky and set them on their holy course. By the ninefold tree and the threefold life, by the throne of dominion and the stone of destiny, I honor you, my queen. All that is me is thee. All that is me is but a dream within the dream within a dream, and you are the great dreamer. How is the unknown perceived by the known? How does a minute, finite speck of dust embrace the vast and infinite stars? Answer, I pray, O timeless keys of vision. What is the language of the eternal? Where is it that man and God meet as companions on a shared journey, as a meeting of cell and body? How does a single teardrop commune with the ocean and a planet with a star? Is there a common tongue spoken by all things, great and small, finite and infinite? In my time of prayer and silence, an answer comes to me on the winds of wisdom that stream from the gods. It speaks to me of silence, presence, surrender, contentment, and essence. For these are the secret codes in the spirit tongue, hidden at the heart of all things, shared through the longing of seekers, breathed through the hidden space that divides and unites in a pool of life with many ripples. O holy fire that is my essence, O burning bush that speaks for the God, O voice of the sacred mountain that hears my plea, your embrace is always giving. Your love is the crystal stream that connects all of the islands of creation. Your voice reaches out to me in the times of seeking and says, I am in your breath, your blood, your body, and the God of your seeking. I am a waterfall of light from the ocean of heaven. I am the ever present, never absent home you seek. All is well. You are well. Where you are, I am there. Know this, and your pain is healed. Know this, and joy and peace and love profound are the reward of your seeking, for this is a holy fire that anoints lives within your hands. Become heavenward. I look into the eye that never blinks, and in exaltation I exclaim, I am. May you know and remember the truth and beauty that is your essence and your birthright. May you receive and claim it when it is revealed. May the forces of fear and atrophy tremble before your power. May the vision keys open the doors most profound. May the holy fire sear the shadows and light your way. And may you find joy and contentment in knowing that you are a member of the family of creation, bound in spirit and in truth, and thus you are always loved and you never walk alone. Blessed be the seeker in the holy tree, for all are as one, so shall it be.
Tuma tuma tum kansu arsim tok chabu balonation truina arsim tok chabu balonation truina arsim tok chabu balonation truina abra 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 abra.
Thanks for being with us today. I appreciate your presence. Um, much love, many blessings, and Dana De Kawai. Till we see you next time.